especially now that they got
All
rid of
right.
Fergie.
Ease is the best, so no apology needed.
Hello, everybody. Apparently, no apology needed. We are allowed to be as late as we want to be.
No,
Uh,
that's not weird.
no, pardon our
It's
tardiness.
fine.
It's been a long night, long morning for a bunch of us. We're still waiting on some people to get together. So let's just chat a little bit. How's everybody doing? We're still a young channel. I see some normal people in the chat. So say hello. Hello, everybody. Uh,
Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
So, yeah, welcome back to the People's Ascension, or for anyone new here, because I have been spending a lot of time telling people about the channel. Hello, new people. We are the People's Ascension, a Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition tabletop RPG stream. Really long acronym. Yeah, we get together every week and play this game. It's set in my own setting, something I've been working on for years and years now, but that is nothing new to many a GM, DM out there. I like to fill my world with a lot of realism to my players' dismay. Politics, religion, all kinds of moral grayness. And then I watch how they react to all that. And I think a number of those consequences are coming to an apex today. We'll see how it all turns out. Yeah. So if you've been enjoying our work, if you've been following our story so far, we're just over. I believe we are on stream 9. We are on episode 9, so we're chugging away. This has largely been the prologue to really what I consider the second season of this show. We did the first one off air for quite a while. But we should be picking up with the next main story arc. Hopefully today. We'll see. We'll see how much more everyone has to do as far as downtime and dealing with the complications of everything that happened last week. But we'll get to that in the recap. So if you've been having fun watching all that, if you think we're interesting, there's a number of ways to support us and what we're doing and show us that you like what we're doing, show us that we can throw out more content, that you guys are receptive to it, and that you just overall liking what we're doing. Number one is just to get out and talk to people. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your work colleagues about our show if they like D&D, if they like good storytelling. I like to think we engage with the rules as minimally as possible, so they don't even need to know about D&D. Just enjoy fantasy settings, or sci-fi settings disguised as fantasy. You can also follow us on the various socials, and of course we have our Discord, which is beginning to grow. We're seeing some new people in there, so hop on down and say hello to everybody, talk about the show, and you can pop over to our Patreon and for just a couple bucks a month, unlock a number of different features, new Discord channels where I'll be dropping lore, more frequent contact with myself as far as behind the scenes stuff, contact with the players, depending on how much time they have in their schedule. And of course, things like after shows and other lore videos, one-on-one interviews with players about their characters and about what's going on and their backstories and builds and all kinds of stuff. And it looks like everybody's here, so I've been stalling for long enough, so I can stop rambling. So I hope everyone enjoys the show. Oh, that brings me to the last note as far as support. Clips, something we've been neglecting. Maybe not neglecting, just haven't been using as much. We had a really nice clip. I'm sure it's still on Twitch from our first or second episode. So if you find any funny moments or just really nice story beats, feel free to clip that and share it and send it along to us. Talk about it. Anyway, I've been talking long enough. Let's get this actual show started. I will save my own introduction for the end because I've been talking for a while here. So let's introduce our players, our cast. Let's mix things up today and go backwards. Hello, Arlene. You're first. How are you today?
Shoot. Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I like to throw them off guard.
Yeah, I am especially good because I have my new green screen in the
Mm-hmm.
background right here with, I call it Tolly's Forest. It's a stock photo that I found, so it was free.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah. Anyway, my name is Arlene. I play Tolly, who is a Tempest cleric and a wood elf, because of the background. She is a follower of Archilage, who is actually, I don't even really know Archilage. I think it's like nature and civilization, but specifically Saint Lewena, who is the patron saint of elves, and she, yeah, was an orphan.
You're a very personal,
The orphan.
one-on-one flavor of cleric.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I never got the full background on clericiness, so I'm waiting on that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll see how that develops. Tali should be having a nice elven walkabout throughout the province, visiting the elven arcologies of the major cities. So we'll see how that uh, influences her identity as an elf.
Yeah.
Steven, you're next. Hello.
Ew. Hello. Yes, I'm Steven. I play the half-elf warlock Ander. He is a follower of the Far One Zadok, which is the equivalent of Great Old Ones in, the core rulebook. Being a warlock in this setting is a very, very, very illegal thing. So generally speaking, he tries to keep a low profile and not let on what he is. Though that situation has changed drastically in the last game, and at least a representative of the powers that would be hunting him now knows what he is. So we'll see how that evolves this time. Zadok himself and Anders' powers tend to take on kind of a eldritch horror, oily, black, starry night kind of vibe to them, which is very fun, very creepy. And he is generally always in the company of his familiar Redna, who is a small little oil blob with a brain in the middle that can shapeshift into various horribly cute eldritch forms.
And it's most notably not an abomination.
And not an abomination. Want to get that on a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Not abomination.
Yeah. Okay. Taylor, are you awake yet? Hello.
Yes, I'm awake. Call me out like that.
Hey, I just woke up too. I'm in the same boat.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Taylor. I play Attila, who is a Lycan blood hunter, and shit happened last episode, and now she's her blood's been poisoned, which causes unpleasantness.
Understatement of the year.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack with what happened at the end of last episode. But yeah, so she is, over 7.5 feet tall, covered in tattoos, and not having a great time right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that is specifically where we are going to pick up today. So I'll let you
Cool.
think about what's going on there.
I've been thinking about it. You know that.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yep. All right. Stephanie, hello.
Hi, so I'm Stephanie. I'm playing Semgi. She's a human sorcerer with draconic bloodline. She was found in a swamp, and yeah,
I love that's become a defining
Yep.
thing for Septi. She's found in a swamp.
To get you a swamp background.
oh gosh.
Yeah. A storm mage, lightning and thunder.
Mhm.
One half the Tempest Twins.
One half of the Tempest
The other
Twins.
one already spoke.
I'm the other half.
All right. And even though I intended for us to go in reverse order, somehow Christian is last again. Hello, Christian.
What's up? I'm a guy
You are.
whose name is Christian, and sometimes I attempt role playing the ROM known as Omen, a descendant of frost giants, not dissimilar to the Goliaths of D&D lore. He is a spell slinging, plate wearing war mage.
Yeah.
He is new to the party and might not be in the party for much longer.
There might not be a party for much longer. We'll see.
Yeah.
So like how Christian says attempts to roleplay when he embraces characters probably better than anyone else. For better or worse.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll have to see if the party can withstand Omen's blunt honesty. Aquila, crippled, Ander, contemplating running away, Omen new to the group, the Tempest twins having blatantly lied to an arcane census official.
They're awesome.
Yep.
Because loyalty.
Yep.
Ride or die.
Right on.
There we go. All right. Yeah, we'll see how all that works out today. I'm excited.
Die.
Well,
But yeah, I'd rather be ride than die.
yeah, it is specifically my job as the DM. Hello, I am Jack, also known as Like Near or Like Near Levels on various places on the internet. It is my job as the DM not to solve your problems, but to create them, and then you guys have to deal with them and figure out how to make them all better. Yeah. So specifically, you can find me here right now and doing this every Saturday, almost every Saturday. We have the holidays coming up, so I'm sure we'll be missing the. What is that? Let me pull up my calendar. The 26th, the day after Christmas. I'm sure we're not going to want to deal with that. And maybe the second after New Year's, but we'll talk about that later. Break or during the after show or something. Just know it's still tentative. We still have the 12th and the 19th to deal with, so plenty of time to let you guys know if we'll be here or not. On top of this, every week, on top of our normal fantasy, my baby, this game, The People's Ascension, you can also find me Wednesday evenings at 8 o'clock Eastern over on ELHMK1 over on Twitch, where I am playing a Netrunner in his Cyberpunk Red game. We unfortunately had to miss this last week, but we'll be picking up again this week, hopefully, with our second episode. Last episode, there was aerosolized clowns, greasy cheeseburger, conflict, and a lot of really terrible music. So we'll see what happens next week. Another project I am on that I am happy to announce now because it has finally been nailed down. Tuesdays, Starting this this upcoming Tuesday, which is what, the 8th? The 8th, yes. I know my days. Yes, Tuesday the 8th at 6 o'clock, I will be on a Star Trek Adventures show over at twitch.tv/Studio Tembo. Super excited.
They get an actual URL.
Well, we
fun.
have an actual URL. We're twitch.com/thepeoplesascension. Come on, learn our channel.
Oh, is it just you? Oh, it's just YouTube.
It's just
that doesn't-
YouTube that has a long string of random numbers and letters.
until you get big enough.
Until we get big. So head over to YouTube and press all the buttons so we can get a nice fancy URL that I can shout out.
Not all the buttons. Don't hit the dislike
Not
button.
all the buttons.
It's a bad button.
Yeah,
Not
most
that
most
one.
of the buttons.
Hit all the good buttons.
You have to be Lieutenant Data to ramble off a YouTube URL. Shout out to my my Star Trek nerds out there. And you can find more
Data
of that.
was Lieutenant Commander.
He was a lieutenant
Yeah.
commander.
Huh.
Did I say lieutenant?
You did.
I did. Ooh.
Heresy.
That is, yeah. And to be corrected by you, man. Oh,
Yeah.
How's that feel, Jack?
it doesn't
Oh,
feel good.
shame, Jack. Shame.
It doesn't feel good.
Oof. I think you lose your Star Trek card for that one.
Yeah, I know.
It would be a Trekkie card.
Yeah, so Tuesdays and Wednesdays got some new shows and in some different genres. So if you want some utopian, hard-boiled sci-fi, you can head over to check us out Tuesday.
That's
Studio
with,
Tembo.
Darth Vader, right?
No, it is not.
Jar Jar Binks, then.
You know, it doesn't have the space wizards. Jack doesn't like that.
Well, I'm not opposed to it. I am actually in a Star Wars game. Starting a Star Wars game, or being a player in a Star Wars game, which is probably starting this week or next. It won't be streamed, but it will likely show up on YouTube. So that's something else I can announce when we finally get that nailed down. But yes, I will actually be playing a space wizard. So we'll see how that works out. It's going to be an interesting twist, set after, the whole Death Star blowing up a planet situation. Part of the new
Which Death
trilogy,
Star?
which I haven't seen. The second one,
Ah.
or the third one that's actually a planet. I don't know. I think
Okay,
it's before the
that's-
third
that-
one that's actually a planet or something.
Okay, so after the Death Star, but before Star Killer.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the new trilogy, and I'm playing a space wizard
seen the-
set in that at the time. So we'll see how it turns out.
You should
I
probably
only
watch
saw
it.
the first of the new trilogy. I didn't see any of the others.
I watched the
I saw the first and the third, not the second.
I watched the YouTube recap. That's good enough for me.
Close enough.
Yep. Okay. So I've been busy. That's what I've been working on for the past couple weeks. So with all that out of the way, because we've been rambling for a while, I've been rambling for a while, as I am wont to do. Let's actually jump into this game, The People's Ascension. So, yeah. It was a crazy episode last week. A lot of different, a lot of interrogation, a lot of different perspectives, a lot of truths, a lot of lies, a lot of half truths, and a lot of poison blood. So who wants to recap what specifically happened last week?
Go for it, Tali.
Okay, well then. Yeah, my notes are kind of all over the place. There was a lot of talking. So Omen was basically talking to Lorraine, telling her everything in high detail, like Takashi 69 style, and telling her basically, yes, Anders a warlock, but he's cool. So, yeah.
Complimentary.
It was a very nice way of putting it, Let's see. Oh yeah, and then after that, Tali went to Tenoris to give him his Stein souvenir, and found out that he has a prosthetic leg now that was made by Dr. Talam. I think you pronounce it right.
Dr. Talon.
Yes, who we think we haven't met him yet or her, but we're pretty sure that this person is an artificer because we have new temperature control systems in our rooms, which are super cool. This morning, Sebi woke up and heard Lorene's voice in her head asking to talk to her in the library. And basically asked Sevgi if she noticed any weird magic stuff about Ander. Sevgi straight up lied and said, no, haven't really. Said that she was unconscious and or raging most of the time, and then she asked to be excused
She didn't
and
mention
left.
raging, actually. That was a qualifier after the actual interrogation. It was more like, I was asleep the whole time. Can I go now?
Oh, gotcha. Not the raging part. I'll cross that off. But yeah, she said, yeah, I was unconscious a lot. I need to go, and left. So she got to dodge the rest of those questions, which was very impressive. I was surprised that worked. Good job, Sebki. Applause for you.
I think we were all surprised that worked.
Let's see. Oh yeah, after that, Seppi went to find Ander, had a little fun interaction with Redna. Basically, she told Ander that Lorene was, asking for information about him. Ander started to, freak out a bit. Sevgi told him everything that she asked, whatever. Ander was trying to figure out what to do. Sevgi awkwardly left. And then Ander explained to Redna what was going on, and Redna said everyone is nervous, basically. Oh yeah, after that, Tali got interrogated. She was in the canteen and found the teapot floating down the hallway, and then got summoned. Oh, and she also saw Ander out of the window dropping an escape bag out or into a bush for later, just in case. Lorene basically was talking about or mentioning to Tali that Omen was kind of suspicious of Ander, and Tali kind of lied her way around that in her Tali way. So it didn't really confirm or technically deny that Ander was a warlock. She's kind of. Well, no, there was one point where she did have to lie, like legit lie.
Mhm.
So, then she went to find Ander too, because I guess obviously she didn't know that. Sevgi told Ander already. But Ander decided to go look for Omen or Regina, found Omen first, as he was suplexing to Norris outside. He asked him what he told Lorene. Omen said that he left nothing out. Ander said that he'll haunt Omen if the census executes him. I wrote that down.
Which was apparently taken very differently than Ander meant it, but
It was supposed to be a joke, but it didn't sound like one.
Yeah, sometimes when a warlock threatens to haunt you after they have died, it's less friendly than maybe intended.
I have shown no affinity for the dead or raising or manipulating them.
That's
No,
not true.
Just concerning.
Ander has not shown any affinity for the dead or raising or manipulating them. When? I'm legitimately confused because I don't remember that. But okay.
The whole necromantic rod situation.
I don't believe he was a fan of that, nor had any control.
But it was directly tied to your character.
Fair, but it's not like he was going around just like, "Hi, I have the power."
No, you got it taken from you before you could do that.
Someone else
Let's see what else
than
is
undead shit.
here. Oh yeah, Ander went to
Rockstein.
Regina's office after that conversation. He asked about Lorraine and basically he wants to keep as many people out of the situation as possible, just for plausible deniability, things like that. So Regina said that she wanted to talk to the group first. Can't remember why I wrote that down. Then Ander went to go talk directly to Lorene, who was hoping to have a just unofficial conversation, but Lorene decided to take notes, so then Ander had to be careful with his words that it wouldn't be on record. And yeah, I think he basically just kind of confused Lorene a bit.
Tried.
Yeah. Let's see. I have that. Oh yeah, Ander went to talk to Akila a little bit before the debriefing, just to make sure that she was aware of what was going on, and then went back to his room to panic for a while
Yeah,
before
that's
the
where he found
debriefing
out that she
started.
could read lips now.
Yes, that because she was reading Omen and Anders' lips outside.
Well, just Anders
previously.
couldn't see Omen's.
Oh yeah, that's right, because Omen was turned the wrong way.
Mhm.
So Akila decided to take over the debriefing. Kind of just told her the facts. Didn't really put too much emphasis on the lava lady. Just kind of, made it seem like it's no big deal. It's just a lava lady. Not really a religion or anything like that. It's not illegal.
No, actually, she presented it very much as a religion, but didn't really bring up the lava lady.
Okay, yeah, that's what it was. Okay. Oh yeah, after that, Regina asked Omen to stay behind with her for a little bit to say that he's not going to be an official member yet, just to protect him from culpability in the report. Akila heard that part 'cause she was eavesdropping.
Before her eardrum was blown out by Regina slamming on the door.
Yeah.
She's got another perfectly good eardrum.
Let's see.
Regina's been playing this game long enough. She knows what you're doing.
Yeah.
Let's see. And then she asked Omen what his opinion was on group members. He just kind of specifically talked about Anders, saying Anders is a good man and makes a conscious effort to put good into the world, blah, blah, blah. And then he basically just said the same thing that he said to Lorraine, but to Regina about everything that happened. Let's see. Oh yeah. Oh, after that, Omen went to the canteen and asked Tali about some magic shops, and she told him about Milzer, and maybe there might be a new one but she doesn't know because the town's always growing. So maybe to explore a little bit and see what he can find. And he didn't find much. Oh yeah. So then we did the time skip 5 days. In that time, Akila was working on crafting smoke bombs, explosive. Wait, did you do the explosive arrows or did you skip that part?
Nope.
Okay, and the silver dust. Talia went to do some arcology hopping, which we're gonna get into that later.
You did not leave for that. You stuck around for
You're right.
For Akila.
Yeah, because in the next line it said, but first she stays in DuPont to see what happens to Akila.
Not good things.
Yeah.
Kind of support, mostly curiosity.
Yeah, and moral support, because Akila's her friend. She's there to, see what happens. She's concerned for Akila's mental and physical health. So yeah. And Ander is surprisingly just hanging out after all of that, spending some time with Alir. Hasn't been yanked off yet and chains. So
I believe,
and then anyway,
I believe Ander said he was purposely not spending a lot of time with Alir.
Not yet. Not till he was sure that there weren't people coming that were going to find the two of them together or something.
I probably wasn't paying attention at that point.
He is trying very hard to protect everyone from any fallout that might happen to him.
Okay. Oh yeah. And the next day after that, Akila was getting a snack in a canteen when Adderhast walked in. We got a description of he's human, he's tall, he's like a foot shorter than Akila, but still kind of tall. He's jacked and hairy, as I wrote down.
He's a werewolf. What do you want?
And he's got scars all over his arms, just like Akila. He went to talk to Stavka. Oh no, Stavka took him into the library and kicked Lorena out of her own office, basically. They said that. Let's see. Oh, Akila mentioned the fact that she saw a saint of Tenbray on the mountain, which he was impressed by. Um. Yeah, after that, Stavka told Akila that a decision had been made and that she will be getting her punishment that evening. I think. Oh my God, my handwriting here is awful. I think I was writing faster. Basically, she wanted to fight Adderhast that night before she got her werewolf powers taken away. And during the fight, Adderhast gave her blood poisoning. And that was it. And there was a super nice hug at the end.
All
I
right.
think I remember him saying, "I'm glad it was me." Something
Yeah.
along those lines.
Yeah.
All kinds of
Not that
interesting
you guys told that,
details.
but yeah.
All kinds of intricate details up until the climax, and it was they got in a fight and now she's poisoned. Okay, done.
Yeah, so what the heck?
Yeah. Well, I was honestly just focusing on listening to the fight 'cause that
yeah.
was cool.
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah.
And with a face bat.
Taylor, do you want to add any more specifics on from your perspective on how that all went down?
Oh god. No.
Okay.
No.
Yes, so Aquila actually requested of Adderhast for a fight, and in order to facilitate that, he spoke to Stavika in private and got her sentencing pushed back so that they could fight in the evening, or at least that's what he said. Yeah, they met under the full moon, purely coincidentally, where the two of these lycanthrope blood hunters had a sort of honorable-ish duel. It was a pretty close fight for a while there. We settled it best of 5 sort of skill challenge kind of thing, but it was a pretty intense fight that went on for a decent amount of time for a one-on-one fight, which means probably a minute or so. But a lot of back and forth. Aquila was definitely holding her own, and actually started pushing Adderhast back a little bit before he rallied. And in doing so, in a sort of hybrid form, managed to catch Aquila on an exposed part of skin and inject her with whatever this blood poisoning is, which went really badly, because it not only makes her transformation more difficult, but makes it extremely painful. At least this first time. She'll have to play around with exactly what that means for the rest of her abilities and how it will play out on a continual basis. But yeah, her transformation was quite painful, her body not being able to tolerate the expansion of her body into a new, larger lupine form. And that's where the battle went downhill. And Adderhast came out ahead and basically tossed you into the air behind him, ran up and nearly took Aquila's head off as she was trying to recover, just barely keeping the beast contained, as lycanthrope blood hunters do. Calmed himself down. Aquila did the same, and then probably against Aquila's immediate understanding or appreciation, pulled her in for an embrace and whispered in her ear something along the lines of, I'm glad it was me who was able, who had to do this for you. Find your redemption. Don't make me the one to cripple you. And that's basically where we left off, underneath a big, bright full moon. The fifth, the youngest of the primordial titans, the moon, Mina, which is a whole lore entry that I will be dropping soon because it's been mentioned. But we're underneath the full moon. Pretty much everybody in the guild surrounding this sort of fight club ring.
Everybody?
Most
Because there are some people in the guild who don't know they can transform. Like, the junior squad, I'm pretty sure doesn't know.
I don't think the junior squad was there, because they weren't told. Luteth probably wasn't there. Rennick and Bost were certainly there. Kedrith was probably there. And Lorene was definitely there, as well as Regina.
Yeah.
And, of course, Stavika. A good chunk of the guild. Not everybody, but a good chunk. So we're going to be picking up right there. If there's anything we want to conclude in that scene. Underneath the moonlight, Aquila probably exhausted from that fight and trying her best to contain everything that's going on in her mind, but you are currently embraced by Adderhast after just being said that, and everybody's pretty much standing around, pretty much in awe of the show that's just been had.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Well, okay. Aquila wants to push out, just sort of shove out of that embrace.
Okay.
And then she's booking it.
Okay. He does let you go. He's not holding you all that tightly.
Yeah.
Are you bolting back to the guild hall, or are you bolting out of town?
Out of town.
Okay.
Like, the only thing that she is certain she's trying to do is, she's heading away from town.
Okay.
Ollie is probably going to run after her.
Okay. So you more or less know the area surrounding Dupont.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Whitewood Forest to the north. There's the shore to the south. And, of course, if you just continue running eastward, it's basically open plains between the forest and the shore. Onlo being the closest place of interest, though that's been destroyed, and that's, I believe, a good day and a half away, at least.
Yeah.
But where are you heading?
Probably just to a bit of forest. She's not trying to escape because she knows they can track her down. She just is trying to get away for a little bit.
So are you trying to find a patch of normal wooded area, or are you heading to the outskirts of the Whitewood? Okay.
Normal wood would be ideal.
Okay. Yeah, so, Aquila, you book it, and you are quite fast.
Yep.
As you run, you do notice that still, again, you can feel your blood painfully pumping throughout your body. You're getting that pulsating heat and pain of poisoned blood being circulated. You are still just as fast, but it does take more out of you to run that quickly and for an extended period of time. But you push through it and you keep going. Behind you, you can hear Stavika immediately go over to Adderhast and start having a fairly loud conversation. Tali, you said you immediately run after her. Yeah, you are also fast, but I believe Aquila has a few feet per round on you.
Yep.
Yeah, she does. 5 to be specific.
Yep.
So for everybody else that is here, Stavika does very quickly turn in Akila's direction and look like she's about to say something. She sort of raises one twitchy arm up in the air like she's about to yell out some obscene thing, and instead turns and heads over to Adderhast. And basically, I can't say stares him down because he's probably a good 2-3 feet taller than her, but looks up at him with intensity, and does say loud enough for Akila to hear, though you do have your extra sensitive hearing. She cannot be allowed free roam wherever she may go. Bring her back now. And Adderhast kind of folds his arms and looks down at this woman and sighs. And slowly nods his head. Turns and begins a leisurely jog in Akila's direction. What's everyone else doing, if anything?
Probably just kind of watching the whole situation very quietly, trying not to draw attention.
Okay.
Ooh.
Did you say Kedrith had come to this?
Yes, she would be there.
I think I said this last time. I don't know if it ever came up or not, but I would have liked to spend some time training in the past few days, specifically with Kedrith and Mogami.
With Kedrith. Okay. I may have missed that.
It's like one of the last things I said. There was
Okay.
a lot more stuff going on at the end of that session.
Yeah. Okay. Let me bring out all the chance encounter sheets. So Kedrith is a sort of middle-aged dwarven woman, a cleric as well. A cleric of Mathodus. No, cleric of Adum. Yeah, she's a cleric of Adum. You could have spent some time training with both of them. Of course, you do easily outclass both of them. Kedrith being a few levels lower than you, and Mogami being even a few more levels below Kedrith. But they both have some amount of martial proficiency. Kedrith is sort of more specifically the support for the chance encounters, mainly involving various buffs and healing spells, but she can hit things with her hammer. So you'd have a fairly basic rapport with this woman, and she is open and matronly and warm. Does definitely steel herself for combat in a way that I'm sure Omen can understand and probably respect. She's a real nice, gentle woman outside of combat, and then she steels herself for combat. As far as any actual conversations, we'll have to play that out later, so we can get through this scene. But you would have had time to speak with to speak with her and Mogami. Mogami isn't here in this particular scene, but to speak with Kedrith, and just get an understanding of who she is and her position in the chance encounters, which I think you as a player know, for the most part. So does Omen interact with Kedrith?
Yeah, literally all I'm going to do is I'm going to stand up and in Dwarven I'm going to sort of say to Kedrith, I think it's time to go. I'm just going to start walking back to Dupont. She didn't have to follow me if she doesn't want to.
Yeah, she doesn't actually follow, but she does turn back and in Dwarven, she does respond. I'm going to stay here, just in case anybody needs my help. And you can continue back. Lorene does actually, a few paces behind you, begin heading back as well. Ander, Sevgi.
So, like, at this point, Akila's just gone, right? Like, out of sight of any of us.
No, I
She's
mean,
not
this is
trying to hide, though.
and this is fairly open. It'll take her a while before she finds a patch of privacy. So you can see her getting smaller on the horizon, but you can still see her.
Well, I'm probably not the person that is going to help this situation anyway, so...
Because Tali's perfect at it.
Well, more I think Adderhash should be the one to talk to you. I honestly think Anders just gonna kind of do the Homer Simpson disappearing into the bush thing and head back to the guild hall. I mean, he's kind of got his own end of the world worries that... Yeah, I don't know how much I can add. Probably kind of, like, yeah.
I think Sevgi's probably most likely also head back to the guild hall as well.
Yeah, I imagine kind of like look at Sevgi like...
Yeah.
Yeah, so everybody is heading back except for Stavuka and Kedrith, who... the two of them aren't really even acknowledging each other. They're standing well apart from each other, but looking out at Akila heading off, and of course those chasing her. Everybody else is heading back to the guild hall. So, we'll say after an exhausting sprint, it probably even does go longer than you can actually manage to sprint. You begin slowing down. You begin dropping into a more stable and even uncomfortable, so almost feeble jog. You can feel for the first time in a long time getting winded. You get that stitch in your side. You just feel a little weaker, a little out of shape, but you push yourself forward and eventually sort of stumble your way into a small patch of wooded area. You couldn't even call this a forest. This is a couple dozen trees that are just out amongst one of the hills here. And you have a minute or so until Tali catches up, if you'd even be cognizant of her presence behind you, if there's anything you would like to do.
Gonna sit down for a minute.
Oh yeah.
And she's got lots of thoughts. And before Talia arrives, she'd definitely be trying to sort them out.
Okay.
Again, it's like I said, this is while she's, sort of catching her breath and stuff, so it's not really doing much at the moment.
Okay. Trying to contain your emotions?
Yeah. Sort of process things.
Okay. Are you visibly angry? Are you sobbing? Are you stunned?
I mean, mix of anger and maybe a little crying, yeah.
Okay. So you do basically throw yourself down at the base of one of these trees and fight off hyperventilating through a combination of your emotional state and the fatigue of sprinting away. Gripping your own fists closed, you can feel your sharpened nails beginning to indent the palm of your hand, maybe even breaking the skin a little bit. Squint, really closing your eyes hard to the point where you are trying to just physically dam off the tears. The point where you're starting to see that those reddish sparkles behind your vision, just from the pressure of your eyelids, probably every now and then hitting the ground or just swiping in frustration, trying to get your head, trying to process through everything that happens. And this is the state Tali finds Aquila in as you jog up into the same forested area.
Probably also out of breath.
You wouldn't be as bad as Aquila because your blood hasn't been poisoned, but yeah, you probably would have had to drop into a more comfortable jog than an all-out sprint. You're winded, but you don't need to collapse like she did.
Yeah, Tali's doing that thing where, like, after you climb a bunch of stairs, you don't want people to know how winded you are, so you're trying to control your breath, but you're, like, just dying on the inside. Mm-hmm. That's what Tali's doing. Yeah, you're fast. I can, do you want me to cure your wounds for you?
No.
Are you sure?
It won't help. Do you want to talk about it, or do you want to just sit in silence? Because I can do both. I don't know. I don't know. I could have dealt with it if he hadn't done it like that. It kind of came out of nowhere. Well, I guess not really nowhere, but it was... I mean, Tali doesn't even necessarily know what he did.
No.
Yeah, she doesn't.
Yeah.
To everyone else,
scratch that.
He basically just swiped at, I don't know, her calf or maybe caught her forearm, and wasn't even really enough to do all that much damage. It was just a scratch, and then the first sign of anything going wrong was her own transformation. But I wouldn't say you would have any way to correlate those two.
Yeah. Okay. What did Aquila just say again, so I can rethink what tell her response is? Said she could have dealt with it if he hadn't done it like that. What? from my end, it looked like you were kind of holding your own in that fight. It was kind of impressive.
I'm holding my own with some cheap tricks. Threw a bat in his face. It's not exactly a glorious fight, is it?
Well, I mean, you used what you had. You know, that's just smart fighting. I feel like, you know. I was kind of surprised when you ran off, though. Did he say something to you?
He said several things. He said he was glad he was the one who did it to me. He told me to find my redemption and to make this right and to not be the one to make him do that to me as if he didn't choose that himself.
Are you talking about fighting? Because I think you asked him to fight you, right?
Not exactly. A little more than that.
Like what?
He poisoned me.
How?
Hmm?
How? How did he?
When he caught me. When he scratched me.
I think I might have a
It
spell for
won't
that.
work.
What kind of poison is
If
it?
it was something so simple to get rid of, they wouldn't have bothered.
So is that what they said to do to you?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of rude.
That's one way of putting it.
Can I at least hear you a little bit because you're kind of bleeding in places.
Doesn't matter.
It does.
Maybe to you.
I mean, yeah, you're a friend. You know, when a friend is hurt, I want to heal them.
I have literally asked you for healing before and you haven't... Well, no, you sort of gave it to me. You handed me a potion instead of using a spell.
Well, I mean, I think at the time I was trying to conserve my spells.
So you could use another spell to attack.
Yeah. Like what is it, like treat the disease and not the symptoms thing, you know? Instead of if I get rid of whatever's trying to attack my friends, then they won't get hurt anymore. At least that was
Yes,
my logic
but
at the
what's
time.
good is killing that if it takes us down first. there has to be a balance between it. You can't go all one way or the other.
Yeah, I'm still kind of working on that, on trying to find a balance for that.
No. I notice you're the only one who seems to have come out.
Yeah. Well, I think I saw Adderhast coming this way earlier. Do you want me to stop him for you?
Do you really think you could?
I could try.
That almost might be fun to watch, but no.
Well, if you want to hide, I can hide us.
I'm not trying to hide. He could find me if he really needed to. It's like I can't run away either. They can track me down wherever I go, pretty much. Yeah. We all went through it, and we all were there for whatever the fuck they called that thing that Belshamot did with Moriadesa. We're all there for
The ritual.
it. Yeah, that thing. But it's a little bit annoying that I seem to be the only one getting any consequences for it. And everyone seems to bend over backward to protect Ander.
I wish there was more we could do for you, because it's kind of hard to,
Oh,
stop the order from doing what they're doing.
I don't know. But, that you're so detached from your church that they can't really do much to you. The only other one I'm concerned about is Sepki. Who knows? Though, I suppose the Arcane Census would have made their desires known by now as well.
Yeah. I think, honestly, it's probably just Lady Stavika being extra mean for no reason. She's not very nice.
I suspect if she'd had her way, I wouldn't be standing at all. Still, as easy as it would be, I don't think I can blame her for all of this.
Yeah. I mean, we could just do it anyway. She sucks.
She's terrible. Hate that old woman.
Why is she?
I don't know. I've never met her before.
Well, I know why she.
It's like I don't know anything about her. Never met her before we came back after.
She transformed too?
I don't know. I don't know anything about her.
I should ask her that.
Oh yes, because
I mean,
I
she
really
probably
want to spend time
wouldn't.
talking with her.
I can go ask her.
You can go ask her.
I mean, I'm sure if she could, she probably still wouldn't, because
Probably. But
she
you can
won't
go
want
ask her.
to.
I'm not spending more time with her than I need to. I don't hate myself that much.
I don't want to talk to her either. Maybe we can just follow her around, secretly, and spy on her and see if she eventually transforms.
That's not the way that works.
I don't want to actually attack her and make her transform. That's not very nice either.
No, she's not very nice.
But I still feel like that wouldn't be the smartest thing to do.
No, it would
Even
not
for
be a
a
good
good
idea.
reason, like wanting her to transform.
I can guarantee you it would not be a good idea.
Does Adderhast know? Maybe we can ask him if she transform. And if he's seen it.
Yeah, definitely knows her.
So what kind of poison is in you now?
I don't know the specifics of it. You should know my organization enough by now to know that they are very hush-hush about pretty much everything.
Yeah. So how do they expect you to be in this organization when they don't tell you anything? That just seems kind of annoying.
They tell me what they think I need to know.
What if they're wrong?
Then you be the one to tell them that.
Mm. Write them a letter.
Yes. And where will you send it to?
Sure, they'll be able to find it, right? Just I don't know. I'll give it to Adderhast, and he can, send it up the chain. You know?
Hmm?
Cure you now?
I still couldn't hear you.
Oh, can I cure you now?
Oh. No. Not yet.
Well, let me know, because you're still hurt.
Yep. I'm gonna be hurting for a while.
It was a while.
I don't know. However long this is in me. Such bullshit. Remember when we were on top of the sword peak and Moriadessa showed up?
Yeah.
She offered me something then. She offered me family and belonging.
Do you not already have that?
Don't know. It's hard to feel that right now, I'll tell you.
I thought we had that.
Don't know. Only you showed up.
I'm sure everyone else has their reasons.
Yes. Mostly themselves.
Maybe they just thought you wanted to be alone. I actually also thought you wanted to be alone, but I came in anyway to try and cure your wounds, which isn't happening right now, but that's okay, I guess.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't necessarily want to be alone, but I didn't want to be there right then. It was just a lot.
Yeah, it was a good fight, though. It was really cool to watch.
I guess. I don't feel like it was.
I think you looked super cool out there.
Up until the very end, I'm sure. But now you know that they can get bigger than me.
Yeah, that was neat.
He's a pack alpha.
You ever be a pack alpha?
I don't know. I hadn't thought of, no, haven't thought that far.
I bet you'd be even bigger if you were a pack alpha, because you're already tall.
That would be interesting.
Even bigger than Adderhast got.
Well, yeah. It's still based on how big you are to start with.
Oh, that is so cool. You should do it. You should definitely do that. That'd be super cool.
But it's not a good reason to pursue that.
Yes, it is.
Just for the sake of getting bigger is not a good reason to pursue that.
I'm sure there's other reasons too, but that can be one of the other reasons that you pursue that.
Certainly not the one I would talk about. Not really sure Kira has anything else she wants to talk about right now.
Can I cure you now?
No.
Just a little bit.
No. We'll get there. When I say yes is when I'll decide to go back.
Okay, well, I guess we can sit here until then.
It's not a bad night. Terrible night, actually. But the weather's nice.
So, Tali, you head over to a tree opposite of Aquila and begin to sit down, as from the opposite direction from where you had all run from, Adderhast comes stepping out from behind a few of the trees. Completely calm, arms crossed. He's probably been there for a while.
Yeah.
Tali, if you don't mind, would you excuse yourself? I would like to talk with my... I would like to talk to Aquila.
Want me to leave?
No. But do it.
Okay, I'll be right over
This
there.
easier.
I'm gonna walk like
Right.
20 feet away and stand by a tree.
He watches you as you walk 20 feet away. And keeping his eyes locked on yours, walks over to the same tree you were beginning to sit down at, leans against it, and still looking at you, addresses Aquila. Seems you have made some friends here.
One at least.
That's good. Do you understand why I did it?
Why did you do it like that?
Because the only other likely way that was going to happen was for Stavika to make a whole show of it. You might not feel this way now, but I think you'd feel a lot worse, especially over the long run. If it was her who did this, especially in the way she would have done it.
But why were you so underhanded about it?
Because I needed you to understand what it meant. For you, for what you do, for me. You're my responsibility. You've gone your own way. You've made your own pack. But you're still my pup. I wasn't gonna let that bitch do it to you. But at the same time, I needed to make sure it sunk in. Maybe it wasn't the best way to handle it. But you did ask for it.
I asked for a
Okay.
fight.
Yeah.
I didn't ask for you to stab me in the back.
I'm sorry you see it that way.
How else am I going to see it?
Well, perhaps you could see it from my point of view. Or perhaps you've been away too long. Or perhaps you weren't with my pack long enough. Or perhaps you'll go on hating me.
I don't hate you. It'd be easier if I did. So I wouldn't feel so hurt by it.
Good. Use that. Find strength in it. Prove me wrong. Get me back. You could have won that fight if it wasn't for that. Get this shit out of your blood and try again.
Why did you send Stavka?
Because you did need supervision. there's only so much say I have in the Order outside of my pack. And you left. You chose to leave. I don't hold it against you. As I said before, I think you left too early. It was decided that she would be the one to oversee you.
She clearly hates me.
That is a shame. It didn't have to be that way. She's a woman of extremes. She feels deeply. If you got on her good side, I don't think there's anyone else in the Order who could pull the string she could. She obviously has a lot of years of experience on her.
Is she like us?
Not in the way I assume you're asking of. She's not the same type of hunter we are. I believe, long ago, she was in the field. It's been a while since then. She's of the Church. She is of the Order. She oversees more than just me and my pack and the rest of the Therianthropes. She was meant to test you. And it was certainly a difficult test to pass. I'm sure you know how she has graded you.
Yes.
I don't think that test is over. That's also sort of the point of her being here. I fear you took this oath for the wrong reasons, or without fully understanding the right reasons, if there is a right and wrong.
Well, even by the time I joined up with you, I hadn't been within the Empire culture very long. There were lots of things I didn't understand when I started. But I still took this oath. Still a commitment I made.
And it's one of the most rigid commitments you could take in the Empire. It's almost a shame you excelled so well. You took to this form, to your blood, to your gifts. Physically competent, you're a good hunter. But your physical prowess outstripped your understanding. I should have held you back, but it's hard for me to punish eagerness. We should head back.
I know. She stands up. All right.
The worst of this is over. I'm sure
Is it?
Stavika has some choice words left.
Don't care.
Wrong.
I don't want to care.
And I think that's what she expects.
What? I don't want to hear what she has to say.
She is, for all intents and purposes, the voice of the Order for you. You don't care what she has to say. You don't care what the Order thinks, what the Order wants from you, the Order expects of you. She expects you to shirk this off.
No, that's not what I meant. I don't want to hear her words.
Well, you should hear them. You should take them to heart.
Why?
That doesn't
They'll
mean
just be about how she... It's like they'll just be about how she doesn't understand why you stood up for me.
Do you understand why I stood up for you?
She sees something of value. And I'm hoping because you care.
He continues leads you back to town.
Okay. There's one more
Leave me here in
question.
the woods.
You can see them moving.
Yeah, I'll go too.
Um,
Can I carry you now?
sure. Maybe.
Cool.
Is it- I was gonna say, you said they'd apparently made friends
Yeah,
in
sorry.
high places. Who?
Well, me for one.
Yes, other than you. Because you are
But
one.
you have been acknowledged by various people on your journeys. If there's one thing the Order is, it's thorough. I wouldn't underestimate this group you joined up with, and I don't mean the other 4 of you.
Okay. And I didn't think you were actually going to tell me, but it was worth asking.
Our entire purpose is to find answers when they are obfuscated from us.
Not everything needs to be obfuscated, though.
But most things will be. I'm sure you've realized now, everything I do is a test.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, Tali, keep up.
She can't help that we go
Here.
faster than her.
Okay.
You know what? Matter of fact, I'm gonna cast Long Strider on myself and go faster. Out of spite.
Fine.
No, you guys have to keep up.
No, we don't.
Yeah, you sprint ahead, magically imbued with extra speed, and they just leisurely stroll back to town. Passing Stavika and Kedrif on the way, Kedrif would actually notice Tali approach first, and assuming that her talents are not needed, will continue behind Tali back towards Dupont.
Forgot we left people there.
Stavika, who's been standing there for probably a good 20 minutes or so,
Nobody can stand there.
Actually, no. She would have headed back to town, but as you approach the eastern gate, you would notice her leaning up against the wall, arms folded, and will basically just watch as the two of you walk past and into town, and she'll hobble on after you. Is there anything anyone else wants to do tonight?
No, I think won't say we've all. I think some of us had a long day. Probably
Mhm.
leave it where it is.
Okay.
Tally didn't heal me in the end.
Did. Do you want to know how much I healed you?
Doesn't count if I don't know.
That is 5 points of healing damage. Dang it.
Healing damage.
I mean, healing,
Healing
whatever. You know what I
damage.
mean?
Yep.
Healing.
I like it, healing damage.
That nice soothing healing damage.
Yeah.
Anti-damage.
Well, it's damaging the wounds, not the person. So
Sure.
technically, it is
It's healing damage from now on.
It's healing damage.
Brings a new meaning to combat medic.
Yeah. No, it just makes you the medic from TF2.
Okay. Ander, I assume you head straight upstairs into your room on your way back. Okay. So, without anything else going on, everyone can retire to their room for the rest of the night and get some sleep for tomorrow. Which will be the 20th of Sheol.
meaning.
Yes. So, where do
Jack has thoughts.
I'm trying to decide how I want to order this so I don't just keep piling it all on you. So the next day, I'm sure, Akila, you probably sleep in a bit because you're sore and you wake up more exhausted than you expect to be. Not actually exhausted, but
Okay.
you don't feel as rested, and you feel that you can still feel the detriment to your body. Nothing any more mechanical than has already come up.
Okay.
Your wounds would have healed overnight with the help of Talia and with the help of a long rest.
Oh, 5 points of healing damage.
Yeah. It kickstarts the healing process. I did briefly
That works.
consider one of the homebrew rules for this game to be long rests taking a lot longer, like a week or something, but nobody wants to play that.
No.
There's only so much realism you can throw in this game before players just revolt and refuse to play.
Or it's like, what am I bothering? It's not escapism anymore.
Yeah.
Also, perfectly realistic heroes aren't very heroic.
True. Well,
Sure.
perfect realistic heroes don't get to throw around lightning.
Yeah.
No. So,
Okay.
yeah, you can sleep in for a bit and probably keep to yourself, not wanting to draw too much attention to you. Ander, do you have anything to do today? Or are you likewise keeping in your room?
How long has it been now since the conversation with? Was this just the next day? I can't remember. There was some time.
Yeah, there
time stuff.
was a few days between your last actual conversation with Luteth and what happened last night. So yeah, it's been a few days. I think at this point it's been 5-6 days since that. You can tell people have been keeping an eye on you, but nobody's really restricted your movement or given you too much trouble. You haven't seen much of Lorene in the past couple days. Go ahead and just to see if it would turn anything up. Roll me a perception check for how much you may have noticed throughout the last couple days. Okay. Yeah, I mean, as far as you're concerned, you've basically been allowed to continue moving about and going about your business as you otherwise would have been.
Okay. Well, I did want to have talk with Lear. So I think the way he would probably go about that is at some point, like, tell him basically, like, meet me kind of somewhere outside the guild hall, probably outside of town, honestly. I think my initial plan was kind of to walk and talk sort of thing. But yeah, so would find a time where he knows, no one's watching or something, and tell Lear to meet him at X time, at X, place outside of town. And then
roll a new perception check for that.
Okay. Yeah. Better. Because the whole idea is to meet away from prying eyes and to give more opportunity to notice any prying eyes. Like, oh, I've walked out of town and this person has... I keep seeing them as I'm leaving. Because while he does want to work with Alir, he's also very much not wanting to pull Alir into, like, association with this any more than he can.
Okay.
Already, yeah.
Yeah. So you can get up and go about your morning as usual, just keeping an eye on everyone around and making sure nobody is particularly paying too much attention to you. And you don't notice anything out of the ordinary. You can head up to Lear's room and have a conversation. And I assume you pretty much say just about that. Hey, meet me out of town, yada yada, over by this big rock somewhere. And
yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Okay. So you give it some time so you can leave the premises, not together.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be like a meet me here now. It's meet me here in a couple hours,
right.
Or, some amount of time where, yes, we can kind of plan on traveling asynchronously.
Right. Okay, so you can go about your business, probably. I mean, what?
So, Andrew would probably kind of just walk around town for a little bit before going there, so he's not going directly.
Okay.
And once again, trying to, because he's pretty much on high alert, so trying to give himself any chance to notice if anything out of the ordinary, basically. So, yeah, probably kind of walk around the market area or something, or
Mhm.
just around parts of town he's familiar with for a little while
Yeah.
before.
Well, as you are leaving the guild hall, Luteth actually comes up to you. Luteth being an elven wizard woman, very young, long blonde hair, fairly sheepish, very confident in her spellcasting ability, but very young for an elf. Not nearly as young as Tali, but very young for an elf in normal elven culture. She comes up in her usual, not too terribly opulent, but very nicely dressed dress and various accessories, and sort of walks with you unless you stop to particularly hold her up. Hello,
Now,
Ander.
I mean, is she? Hello, Death. What can I do for you?
Well, we just haven't talked in a while. I understand you're having a rough time. Or not. Um
Uh, not that my insight is particularly great. Like, can I try and get a read to see if she, like, has been? Well, no, because I know she knows I'm a warlock. We've already. Yeah.
yeah, the whole of the chance encounters,
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
admitted to being a warlock too.
Right, right, right. Are you referring to Lorraine's sudden interest in me?
Yeah, yes.
Yes. I suppose that was only a matter of time before someone got suspicious. Has she brought or been questioning you all?
Yes. We have talked. Um
Sorry you got roped into it.
well, we sort of suspected something like this would come up eventually.
Yes, I suppose I was naive to hope I could either keep it under wraps or keep everyone else separate from it. This is why I left home in the first place.
Well, I hope you don't have to leave here.
I hope so too. Suppose the fact that I'm still here is somewhat promising.
Yeah, yeah.
Confusing.
Well, I just wanted to know if there was anything I could help with.
I'm not really sure how much there is to do at this point. Honestly, just keep yourself safe in all of it. I would feel worse if anything happened to anyone here because of any association with me. So, you and the rest of the chance encounters, do what you need to do to keep yourselves, I suppose, on the right side of everything. But I appreciate the concern.
Well, I did remind everyone that well, you were really concerned and did a lot to help. Not just Kedrith, but everyone in the at the Honeyed Horizons and all that. So hopefully that means something. She starts like nervously playing with her hair.
So, I'm just gonna do it because it's my first instinct is me/Ander. Basically, just like kind of because I'm assuming she's standing fairly close.
Yeah, she is standing. Yeah, she's standing near you, but you're kind of shoulder to shoulder. You're not like face to face, and she is kind of playing with her hair and looking down. There's not a lot of direct eye contact.
No, I kind of figured, which
Yeah.
is actually what I was hoping for.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of do like that little side, like just real quick, kind of, because we're probably both gonna be very awkward.
Mm.
Just that quick little like brotherly side hug. Whatever happens with all this, I do appreciate that, sincerely.
You feel the very slight lean in, just the slightest increase of weight on your shoulder. Hopefully you'll still be around.
Try and put on a smile, fingers crossed.
Well, I'm gonna go try to figure out where Rennick is.
Good luck.
And yeah.
He's in the ceiling watching this.
Yeah, you can head about town, and we'll get to your meeting with Lear. Okay.
Oh, that was sweet.
I think I'm sure the rest of you are going about your own things. Sevgi probably continuing to practice with the staff. Omen's probably likewise out training. But we can check back with him. Tali, you did plan a little bit of a vacation. Are you still looking to do that?
Still looking to explore and observe things.
So would you like to leave for that whole sort of tour of the province?
Sure.
Okay. Let's see here. Pull out the calendar. See how much time we have left. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you can fit most of this in. We're going to... Yeah, you're gonna have to... You're not gonna... Yeah, you don't think... If you're planning on stopping at Genavium and Wendell and Neos Nova and... you could probably make it to the border of Korsta, and see what that is like. But you don't suspect you have time to go all the way through Korsta and back to your hometown.
Okay, well, yeah, I guess the border will be good enough.
Okay. So you're going to be gone for a few weeks going about this. Do you walk, or do you take a horse? Do you take the cart?
Honestly, she'll probably take a horse. It's probably safer that way.
Okay. Do you have proficiency in animal handling?
Nope.
Ooh.
You know what? I'll just walk.
Okay.
Because I just realized, I don't have that, and I don't want to lose a horse, so... Yeah.
Getting them to move when they're physically attached to the cart is one thing, but they can be a little difficult to keep a hold of if you don't know what you're doing on horseback.
Yep, and Tali apparently does not, so yeah, it's better to just walk.
Okay. Yeah, that'll also add some time to this journey. But you get to spend more time in nature.
Yeah. She'd like that.
Yeah, so you'll what do I have here? Would you like to head up to Cairquin and visit Hadram Ray, or would you like to go the opposite direction and head to Genavium?
She'd probably visit Hadram Ray first, because she still has the paperweight that she has to give him, so...
Okay. Alright, yeah,
she's gonna go drop that off for him.
You're doing the full circuit of the province. So, that'll take a
while.
Yep.
Yep. But it's worth it.
Yeah. And I assume throughout all of this you are continuing your study of not just Elven culture, but the Elven language.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so you will...
Yeah, all that time by herself, she might as well.
Yeah, you'll get that completed. Okay. We haven't heard much from Omen yet. What's Omen doing? If you have anything in particular, I know you're new and only have so many resources to work with.
Yeah, I suppose I don't have much.
Any conversations you'd like to have?
Yeah, I don't really think so.
Okay.
I don't really have.
Well, I will try to keep this brief, wrapping all of this up, because I don't want to get too bogged down with all this downtime again, as much as this is downtime. Okay, so let's I will say, unless Aquila, you want to play through this, but I think there's a reason that we wouldn't. Stavika would eventually call you back down to the library, kick Lorene out again, and basically have the actual sentencing portion of this whole ordeal, which is basically what she's been saying this whole time. I kind of imagine this as the scene when when somebody is called to the principal's office or called to their boss's office after doing something, and the voice of this authority figure just kind of gets drowned out by this low hum, and everything goes a little quiet, as you're just kind of sitting there and just letting it come at you. But it will be in usual Stavika fashion, very, very blunt, without much concern for humanity. And basically it's an affirmation that, yes, your blood is poisoned. It is not possible to... It's not possible to take your gifts away. And since, apparently, imprisoning you or executing you is too much, they have settled for making it very, very difficult and painful for you to continue operating the way you're used to. You are no longer a member of the Order, and you are not to... I should say you are still a member of the Order, technically, but you are not afforded any of the, rights, permissions, and benefits of the Order. And pretty much the same rules that she left you with for the fire elemental job stands. You are not to invoke the Order's name. You are not to draw attention to the fact that you are a member of this Order, or that you have any sort of blood magic or blood gifts. This is... What you do is very secret, obviously. And while the general populace understands that there are people like you, the Order makes a point to not have any specific examples that anybody can cite to affirm or deny that people like you exist. So she doesn't want to hear any connection between your name, the Order, or your abilities come up in any reports that she sees. Basically, she's making it as difficult as possible for you to operate the way you're used to.
Yeah, what the hell?
Adderhast, of course, is there as well. Really doesn't say anything throughout the whole ordeal. And basically, yeah, I think that's pretty much where she would leave it off. Yeah, you are not to make known any connection between yourself and the Blood Hunter Order. And at that point, she would dismiss this hearing and get up and head back upstairs. Adderhast will remain. It's going to be difficult to come back from this. because she's certainly not leaving you much to work with.
She's not leaving me anything to work with.
This is, perhaps, thinking about it in my own way of thinking, which could very well differ from hers, yet another test. I'm sure it is, whether it's the way I imagine it or not. You need to find a way to prove yourself to the Blood Hunters, to get back to the Order. But you have to do so by being unknown. This is the ultimate test of discretion. You need to affect change without anybody knowing it. It's the
Without
cornerstone.
resources.
The newest generations of our order have been coddled by the amount of resources that you're used to. Back in my day, the Empire would disavow any mention of anything I did. There's been some leniency to that of late, as politics try to vie for as much recognition as possible. But we are not a political entity. I'm sure you can find some way to benefit the Empire, to live up to the oath you sworn. The best way to affect change is to make it look natural. But natural change is chaotic, especially when people are involved. Through this, you will learn how to affect change without anyone realizing you're changing anything. Preferably, without anyone even knowing you were there to change anything. Us wolves especially have become rather brazen, given the loosening of the leash about us. But we are stalkers by nature. We are silent hunters. Whatever you find to do, don't let it see until you pounce. And preferably leave it without any recognition of you. We haven't taken away your abilities. Just,
No.
This will either shape you into the hunter that you need to be part of this order, or not. And I don't know what not means.
I'm clearly being set up to fail.
That's not a helpful perspective.
What other perspective is there to take on it?
That you are being set up to do your job better than the average has become.
By making it prohibitive to use my abilities?
You are prohibited from allowing others to know you are using your abilities.
Did not say prohibited, prohibitive.
And really, that's the way it should be. It's the way it used to be. Learn to think as a pack. Teach your pack how to work as a pack. The best wolves you don't see coming. That's what you need to emulate. You can still do a lot without howling at the moon in town square.
I have never done that, how dare you. That one wasn't me.
Well, I have no more lessons for you. I have no more advice. I can't tell you how to fix this. You'll have to figure it out on your own. I've given what I think you need to overcome this. It's up to you to listen and apply it. And if all goes well, once I walk out this door, I won't even remember you exist until we welcome you back. Try to make that as brief as possible. I am somewhat fond of you. Push himself up off the table and turn to leave. He'll stop at the door. There's one consolation to this. There's no reason for Stavika to stick around.
Okay.
So at least you won't have to deal with her personally, but
Mm.
I'm sure you understand she'll be scouring for any mention of you, hoping to find anything.
She needs a
Ideally,
hobby.
you simply... This is her hobby.
I suspected you were going to say that.
Ideally, you won't exist until you suddenly pop up bearing the fruit of your investigation.
Are you certain she wouldn't rather I just not exist at all?
Oh, I'm certain she would.
Okay.
Are you going to give her that satisfaction?
No, I'd rather her stop existing first.
I'm hoping it doesn't take that long. She can't have much time left, but she is tenacious.
Just need the cat to trip her down the stairs. Before he leaves, she would toss something at him.
Okay.
The pouch with the silver dust in it.
Good thinking. Neat trick.
Almost used it. I should have.
This thinking like a hunter. Tosses it back at you. But I'm not your prey. At least I
You were
shouldn't
then.
be.
In that moment, you kind of were. But so was I to you.
We are meant to disavow this. But there are others like us unbound by the Order. And we hunt them just like we hunt everything else. And silver has other applications. Learn your enemy's weakness and use it against them. I certainly couldn't have seen you coming if I had that shit in my eyes.
Yeah, well, certain party members tried to shame me into not using it.
He walks on out unless there's anything more.
No.
Okay. And I assume you follow shortly after, and you see as you exit that Lorraine actually runs up to Adderhast and pulls him aside.
Mm-hmm.
And they briefly exchange words, and
What
she
words?
leads him. Go ahead and make a perception, listening check. As she starts,
I was gonna say, because do remember I can read lips too.
yes, as she starts talking, Adderhast turns to put her back
16.
to you.
They don't know that I can read lips yet. I've only told one person.
Yes, but Adderhast is an exceptional hunter.
Fine. I'll give him the credit for it.
Okay. You don't make out the conversation perfectly, but you do hear, to the general order of We should talk. Suspicions. Not enough to go on. Ander. Could Aquila? Please. And they walk back to the library. With that, the camera will zoom out of the town of Dupont and over to some large rock near the shore of Dupont, where Ander is leaning up against it. Lilir comes to meet you.
You dick.
Lilir, similarly dressed in not terribly opulent, but nice attire. He's put some of his adventuring funds to looking good. He has a nice vest and a button-down shirt. It doesn't seem he's too terribly worried about combat, or if so, doesn't really care for armor. But yeah, he walks up to you. Let me ask. What do you keep on you pretty much at all times, and what do you leave back in your room? Or elsewhere?
So right now he's probably definitely not wearing his armor, because in theory this is a fairly safe area, and so typically just has on probably the coat robe combo thing he always wears with, you know, whatever his normal clothes are. He would have Redna and the pouch on him, and then probably the satchel that he always keeps the book in, which he would have on him. Other than that, well, considering what they're talking about, and actually, yeah, considering what they're talking about, he's probably got a staff on him.
Okay.
That's probably it. Not really bringing a whole lot of other weapons or anything out here either, so. Not that he uses or needs them, so he's definitely not probably bringing much other than maybe a dagger on him somewhere, just as habit.
Do you keep any sort of journal? I know you've taken some notes that you have backed up.
Yeah, I mean, Ander tends to, I would say, probably write down a lot of notes on things they experience, kind of go with the scholarly sort of background and bent. And admittedly, he probably would not have that on him right now.
Okay.
That would probably be either in like a main backpack or desk or something.
Okay.
So he's, though, to be fair, he probably also doesn't have a whole lot of notes anymore. Considering.
Well, there has been time for you to rewrite some of them, and you did give Lilir a backup. So, in the past couple days, I will say, if you want to, you could have, borrowed his notebook and recopied anything that you lost.
Yeah, he probably would have done that, actually.
Okay.
So, yeah. So he definitely has the notes on the creation of the staff and that whole, everything he learned from that, since that's what he was giving. Basically, yeah, all his notes on the just nature of Zadok, what Zadok is looking for, and all that stuff are probably, that is what he gave Lilir. any other notes or stuff he's written down on their other experiences probably doesn't have anymore.
Okay.
So I would say he does not have them on him. They're not probably just sitting easily visible somewhere, because he's not that dumb. Oh.
Okay.
They're probably at the bottom of a chest or at the bottom of a bag somewhere that someone would have to.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, he doesn't expect anyone in the guild to go digging through his stuff, so it's not like probably locked away.
Okay.
Disadvantage of trusting people.
So, yeah. Okay. What would you like to? How is this scene going to play out with Lelir? He sort of. I think. Yeah. He would walk up. So, how's everything going?
Well, I'm not in chains in a dungeon somewhere, so better than I honestly would have hoped or would have thought, but obviously kind of look around at where they are. Still trying to be somewhat cautious and careful.
Yeah. So, what does this mean? Or I guess just what did you want to talk about?
Well, admittedly, I've been a rather terrible mentor up until this point. I've had my own misgivings about where I got my powers from when you first found out about them. And I was hesitant to pass what at the time I thought was a burden to someone else. I've since quite literally had my eyes open to considerably more than I knew at the time. So, while I still don't think this is a skill set I can necessarily teach you, I do hope that I can guide you to some degree and provide answers for whatever I can if they arise. And considering who we deal with, I'm sure there will be questions. But I know that, or I believe that your desire to embrace these powers and cultivate them came from a similar place that my own kind of desire came from. And for you, I think you specifically mentioned wanting to protect your sister. For me, it might retcon something just a little bit?
Perhaps.
And specifically have him meet me somewhere where we can kind of see some of the farmhouses and
Sure.
outer farm areas.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know where I'm going with that.
Mm-hmm. So not necessarily down by the shore, but
Yeah.
closer inland to the nearby farming communities.
first got to Dupont, one of the first things we dealt with was kidnappings from some of these farms you can see here. And seeing the things that happened to some of those people and the aftermath of some of those. I wanted to prevent it from happening to people again. I firmly believe that, well, whether Zadok is good or evil, and frankly, I think the more I learn about him, the more that is a concept that doesn't apply the same way we think it does. But no matter what, the source of your power is purely an academic concern. What matters is what you do with it, what your goals are. I hope you keep in mind why you wanted these powers. Stick to that. There's nothing wrong with them if you're using them to help others.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Good.
We seem to be doing all right here. Haven't really seen too much. There was an incident with a harpy a couple weeks back, but that worked out all right. I'm still working out how much I can show around Eula and Mogami.
It is a difficult thing to gauge.
There's only so many ways I can help. Otherwise,
Yes.
no point to having all of this information if I can't use it.
No, I was in a similar situation when I started. It was actually Redna who fully revealed what I was to the rest of my group.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. He decided to make himself known, and there's not much hiding that, but I'm glad he did. As
Yeah, you really downplayed that.
downplayed what exactly?
Redna.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, you know, little old me growing up on the edge of a swamp, not knowing much. Just some powerful wizard come by with a strange magical creature. Nothing strange to see here.
Well, frankly, there were a lot of children around, and I think if Redna took any of the forms he normally does, most of them would have run back into the swamp screaming.
Fair.
He actually was very unhappy about being a bunny. I heard about that for a while.
How's the little goo brain doing?
And kind of signaled to Redna that he can come out. I mean, we're fairly... I would have taken pains to be somewhat not in view of anyone. So, well, you can ask him yourself.
Yeah, Redna sort of jumps out of the lead-lined kidney bean you keep him in and hops over to a fence post and kind of takes on this weird eldritch squirrel form. Has two tentacle tails instead of a normal squirrel fluffy one, and several extra eyes. Hello, you seem very different, which is good. Hello. Yeah, they have a quick mental conversation back and forth. Okay, Ander, I mean that's all good stuff. I'll definitely keep that in mind. But yeah, like I said, I'm starting to question how much I can really do tied to an organization like this. I don't know how much I could accomplish on my own, but together, if we just left, then I'd have to bring Alori along, and I don't really want to put her through that. I couldn't leave her here, not without staying here myself. It's just frustrating.
I know. As for your Mulgamy and crap. Damn it.
Eula?
Eula, thank you. I could not. As much as I'm sure this will be an annoying statement to make, only you will know exactly when you can trust them. But I will say, as someone who waited probably longer than I should have, when you feel like you can, don't hold back too long. May be dangerous for all of you, but with what we do, you end up relying on each other, and you essentially put your lives in each other's hands. And that creates a level of trust and a level of friendship that surprisingly can overcome even the stereotypes that the census and others have about anyone who gets their powers from anything not sanctioned. I was admittedly terrified when my group discovered me, but other than some initial mistrust of, well, I say initial, I believe some of them still mistrust the doc, the actual reception to me didn't change very much. And while I still have to watch myself when I'm around people who obviously aren't in the group, it does allow you much more freedom when working with your team. And most of the time, that's really all you need to worry about. It helps with a lot of the frustration.
All right.
And as far as the organization itself goes, I ran away from my home when I first connected with Zadok and started getting these powers. At the time, it was to try and protect my family, my mother, from any kind of possible backlash or association. I thought I'd be fine on my own. And I'm not dead, so I suppose to some degree that was proven true, but I didn't realize how much I really lost and how much I missed until I got with the People's Ascension and found a group that I could trust and work with. Having others around you can rely on is definitely worth some of the frustration. And hopefully in time, at least within the walls of the guild house, maybe this will be something less taboo.
Well, I guess we'll have to see what you make of all this.
Yes. Well, adventuring is never a exact science. Suppose this is really no more dangerous than Hag's Den or anything else I've dealt with. Just one I can't blast in the face, which is... I don't know if it's better or worse, honestly.
All right. So, I suppose you can hang out there for a little bit and continue philosophizing.
Still, since it seems like he has some doubts himself, try and kind of work through those, I suppose.
Yeah,
Or if he has any other
he's
questions.
trying to figure out the best way to go about making a change without drawing too much attention, and whether that would be through
Welcome to my life, kid.
right. Well, he's trying to decide what sort of knowledge, what sort of techniques would allow him to protect people without giving too much away, whether that be manipulation or pretending to be something more martial, or relying on other agents to do things, making change from afar.
Since Ander has definitely kind of...
He's trying to pick a subclass.
Yes. I realize that, thank you, Jack. And if you're leaving that up to me, I will think about it.
Okay.
But I would say, for roleplay and story purposes, while we're sitting here, I would probably go over with him, like, past experiences, and because there's definitely been, Ander has taken skills that do that too, that are more subtle, so would talk to him about what he's done to try and be that way. And then also things like essentially that first fight with the catchers, where it was, okay, if I use a range spell or a close range spell, and from this angle I can use my abilities without people seeing that don't need to see. Just kind of essentially talk through situations that he's been in and kind of the logic behind what he's chosen.
Mm-hmm.
And that could be something that happens off camera, but just for a flavor.
Okay. Okay. What else do we have to cover? We've pretty much wrapped up Akila's business. There is still something important I need to do with Ander.
Oh,
There's
I haven't been hit by the other shoe yet, so
yeah. There's Tali's whole expedition, and perhaps some training for Sevgi. Man, there's so much to get through. I was really thinking we were gonna get to the next story arc today.
You fool.
We'll see. We'll see what we can manage. I'm really liking all of this conversation. I hope it's not too exposition-y, but I'm really enjoying all the role play.
I'll say it's not so much
Have a good
exposition.
time.
Exposition is just laying out facts with no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Okay. Well, let's pause our story for now and take a quick break. And then we'll pick back up on this. And see how much we can get through. Yeah. I've been trying to push things along to get all of this done before our break, but I don't. That's not gonna happen. Okay, so let's take 10 minutes or so, and then we'll see about wrapping this up and see if we can get the important NPC into this episode.
The NPC that you so want to bring
Yeah,
in.
I know. I've been sitting on a reveal for like 3 episodes.
oh boy.
Sounds about right.
All right.
Alright.
Yeah, we're gonna take
Break
a
time.
short rest,
Break.
and we'll get back to everybody. Stick around, get up, stretch your legs, roll some hit dice. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Straight.
All right, we are back. Hello, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us. If you indeed did stick with us. Yeah, it's been quite a
And if
roleplay.
not, you're not hearing this.
Yeah. So screw no. It's been a super roleplay heavy episode today. We've had a lot of heartfelt interactions between a number of people, and unfortunately, not a bunch of interactions with a few people who, unfortunately, haven't had much to do. So we'll see if we can rectify that. So let's push forward. Let's see if we can finish up with all this downtime and bureaucratic nonsense. So we're going to leave Ander having a conversation with Lalir, and I think some of that will involve some minor combat talk, and perhaps showing some things off. Ander, you can demonstrate some of your abilities, your armor of Zadok. You're far enough away from anybody that it's probably not going to be an issue, and the Eldritch Cat is out of the bag anyway.
Well, and specifically stuff like, detect magic, Eyes of the Runekeeper, how that can be used powerfully while not attracting attention.
He listens intently to that, but he is far more concerned about actual
combat,
more practical, immediately useful things.
Okay. There's the adolescence.
He does actually pull out from tucked behind his vest a small sickle that he has.
So we've said it then, okay.
And he shows off how he's been practicing some maneuvers with it. Probably not his what he would settle on, but it's something easy to stow and easy to use and doesn't get questioned a lot. But he does acknowledge that when he gets hit, it really hurts. So you guys can talk
we'll
about...
definitely show Armor of Zadok.
Yeah, you guys can talk about the various utilities that can be used in dangerous situations.
And on that note, real quick, I will point out my recent experiences with both Omen and damn it, I've got the name somewhere.
Ogrid?
Yes! Darn it! I was trying to find it! With Omen and Ogrid, and how, especially with Ogrid, I still don't know if he's a warlock or not, so that magical melee combat is actually not a bad cover.
Okay. We'll have the camera pan away from the two of you and towards Tali, who is walking out of town and northward to the second triumvirate capital of Cairquin. And I've imagined going through this whole expedition sort of as a montage, not getting too bogged down in one-on-one conversations with all kinds of people at the various arcologies, because we'd be here for another 3 episodes just speaking to elves. So not to gloss over what you want to do too much, but the whole Ander and Aquila situations have expanded beyond normal downtime issues through fault, not through plenty fault of my own. So you're going to be gone for the next several weeks, next few weeks, and you will of course start off in Cairquin. And visit Hadram Ray, the series of arcology-like towers that spiral up through the districts, the more mundane, the more human districts of Cairquin. Some built as sweeping hills, others built as spiraling towers that sort of flank or are incorporated into them, and a number of bridges, garden bridges that span the various towers. And you can give over your gift to Hadram Ray, which was what, another one of those paperweights?
Paperweight.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. He does take that with thanks. And yeah, you can spend a couple days with him, going over the same very slow, very repetitive, very methodical teaching mentorship that he does. But you can likewise spend time moving about and talking with other various citizens of the arcology. You already have a lot of this information, and I will send this document to you for your notes.
Cool.
But you... I'm gonna say we're gonna do this as a sort of montage, and then I will give you sort of the stock of what you learned through this experience. So you spend time with Hadram Ray, and you do some of this studying, several hours of it focused mainly on the religious aspects of Lewena, because he is a higher member of the church. He would actually refer to Lewena as the original Lievaniel.
Lievaniel. I gotta write that down somewhere where I can actually find it.
And how her worship goes long before the Genavian pantheon, as the mother of the elves, who planted the elven progenitors in the newly formed Eos, and the elves grew as trees from the ground, and into the elves that they are, eventually into the elves that they are today. Though before the... But in order for the elves to be compatible with the rest of the world, they had to leave some of themselves in... They had to leave their more chaotic, their more natural, their more raw essence in the Feywild, in the original world. The world not structured by reason, by law.
Tell him about the dream that she had. Well, it was the nightmare where she was a tree and got chopped down, and also that I don't know if she already told him about their trip into the Feywild where they had to run through the portal, but she's definitely gonna tell him about that too.
Okay. Yeah, he does listen sagely to all of that. And he asks if you have been practicing your meditation.
Yeah, trying to. Not too successfully.
He would advise focusing on that dream you had, the symbolism of it, and connecting with a more pure, a more natural side of yourself, letting your mind go and letting it sink down into the chaotic roil of the most natural part of the world. He reminds you of the practice of Sal Sylvanet.
Oh yeah, where you almost die.
Mm-hmm.
That one?
A meditation in which, usually through the aid of some sort of poison, some sort of very ancient alchemical concoction, you draw yourself back into such a deep meditation that you can actually stop your heart. And for a brief moment, you exist on both sides of that veil, tapping into your fey nature. A sense that your physical form is very much in this reality, but it is tethered to a more spiritual nature in what is referred to as the Feywild. And while you're not necessarily two different, it's not like a separation of body and soul and spirit. It's just more of a tethering. A tether that can eventually lead you back to your origins. Or at least that is the ideal goal of this practice. Most people obviously don't actually make their way into the Feywild. In fact, if you tell him that you believe you did visit the Feywild, it would be quite a story. But you can spend a few days with him. Part of this religious, part of this talking about the Fae, and part of it with actual Elven language study and whatnot. And then you can make your way over to Genovium, which being the first capital, the primary capital of the heart of the empire, the Genovian province. It is a lot larger than Carriquin, and likewise its Elven district, its arcology, is a lot larger. This one that sort of has a I don't know what actually to call this shape, but if you take a pyramid and another pyramid and just shift the axis, so it has, 6 spikes coming off, but it's still pyramidal. Like that. With various parts in the center that are open air. Very intricate design, very large structure, pretty much a small man-made, elven-made miniature mountain, with its own small lake at the center. Again, bridges that crisscross between the different points of this jagged pyramid structure. And you meet a number of people there, and you talk with you talk with a number of elves there. And the people here are definitely the most integrated with the Empire. and you can learn a bit about how, over time, the faith of Leywena and a lot of the elven culture has been absorbed by the Genavian pantheon and by the Genavian culture. Some of the elves here actually use more Genavian names, or are just fine with having their elven names be understood and used as normal human names. Of which you would know that the first name in the long list of names that elves has is actually their family name. Luteth is the family name. Lalir. Well, actually, Lalir and Alori are different because they're still young. Those are their childhood names. And a number, actually, here in Genavium, nobody would really question that you are just called Tali, or even Tali Nulana. They wouldn't question, which is your family name, which is your child name, which is a name you chose for yourself. You notice that a lot of the people here actually wear coloring dust in their hair. A lot of elves are naturally lighter of skin and lighter of hair. A lot of blondes, but there are. I mean, they run the gambit of skin colors and hair color. But they do tend to wear complementary hair dustings. You would recall this from Malkazir. I believe you were in that conversation, where he had very stark white hair, but he wore this sort of lavender dusting. That's about what you get from Genavium, because again, they are the most imperial, the most Genavian of the elves. Then you can head to the barony of Windall. And Windall is an interesting place, one of the few baronies in Genavium that exist outside the normal political structure of the empire. You are allowed entrance to this small city, though it is quite an old city. You wouldn't spend too much time here. Baronies do tend to be weary of just new people showing up for extended periods of time, especially if they don't have actual business to do. But the barony of Windall is built just on the edge of Lake Windall, and Windall was actually a sort of elven defector during the Mad King's War 1,500 years ago or so. And he was instrumental in turning the tide for the early Genovites to victory. And he was one of the first to acknowledge and the first to act on, in any significant way, the fact that Gaerius Etrius, the Mad King, that, of course, being his Genavian name, he would have had a similar but different elven name, was just mad. He'd lost it. And he was responsible for detailing the dangers of the elven capital, detailing the power of the ancient mechanism that he found that allowed him to command ridiculous feats of magic, empower his soldiers with strange weapons and strange spells. And the first to teach the Genovites how to combat, the elven armies and all that. And for that, the lineage of Windall has pretty much been allowed to be, for the most part, its own sovereign entity. It's still part of the Genovian province, but they have a lot of leeway, even more than the other baronies. You can then make your way to Neos Noa, the first capital. It was the original capital of Genovium, but it has since been downgraded to the third Triumvite capital. Politics and social governmental ordering, which is a whole different conversation. And that the arcology there is more sweeping, more flowing, very organic shapes. A cross between organic shapes that flow and twist and curve, and then come to various artistic points and whatnot. There's a number of canals and other sort of raised canals, bridges that have water moving about them, and an almost Venetian way of moving about the arcology with various small boats and whatnot. And you can head to the Corsta border, head just beyond the what is that? Head just beyond Porta Corsta, and into Corsta. You would know from your own childhood that you don't go wandering through the gigantic forest of Corsta, because people tend not to come back out. You would learn through talking to some of the elves of those communities that it is believed, not permanently, but sort of sporadically, that is the best place to find rifts into the Feywild. That is a Fey forest that sort of overlaps with this world. This area being smaller outside of the Genovian province, and they're less constrained by imperial Genovian culture. You would see more direct evidence of traditional elven culture and structuring. Probably not as much as you would see if you went down into Estia. But you would see more evidently than in the capitals that elven families are polygamous. They have multiple relations, multiple husbands, multiple wives. Mother and children rarely know for certain exactly who the father is, and that's accepted because the child is raised by the community, is part of the community. They are not defined by their father, and not even so much defined by their mother, except as the instrument for bringing them into the world. much like the first elves were planted. She is simply the fertile soil that a new elven tree springs from. Yeah, children are raised as part of these extended families. There is, for obvious reason, a migration that takes place between elven communities. It is rare that a child born in one place would stay and raise a family in that same place. They would instead go out to other communities. This is most likely a result from I don't actually know who my real brother and sister is, or how closely everybody is related. So there's a lot of genetic migration that goes around, on top of just the expectation that you go out and you experience as much of the world and you become as well-rounded an individual and become the most self-sufficient and able to bring the most to whatever community they come to. And you do find some humans mixed about these communities. Human intermingling is not taboo, but it does create a very clear, defined relationship of who the father is, and can not so much ostracize a half-elf from the community, but there's definitely there can be in some communities, and this might be something to talk to Ander about, a very clear divide. Just being one or one of a few who can very clearly be picked out from the community as a whole. But they're generally not treated any differently, at least not overtly. You would learn that, and we're gonna wrap this back up as you head back to Dupont, this being over the course of a couple weeks. You would learn through various conversations and being brought to various places. Elves, when they die, they are buried without a coffin, and a new tree is planted above the body. Another sort of symbolic rebirth, harkening back to the original sort of origin story with Lewena. Outside of the normal Genavian way of governance, within their individual communities, especially outside of the capitals, leaders are really only chosen on a needed basis. Everybody sort of has the same standing until there's a real need for somebody to step up and take charge, and generally that is based on a sort of consensus of merit. There are informal leaders that arise simply based on age and wisdom and positive relationships within the community and variety of experiences. But while they have a lot of social sway and are sort of mentors to the community, they don't take any real governmental or authoritative stance. It's not about ruling an area, it's simply about I have a lot of experience and bettering the community by sharing that experience. The Etrian Kingdom, harkening back to the Mad King's War, was a very short-lived and unusual form of government that really only happened with the Mad King. And since then, it has been used to reinforce and validate their more traditional egalitarian ideals, as opposed to the authoritarian government of the Empire. And you could probably see more of that if you head over to Estia. Yeah. You would also pick up that when speaking with other members of the community, people that are familiar with each other usually take on a very sort of familial way of speaking, a sort of brother-sister sort of avenue. At least for any sort of normal platonic friendship sort of situation. Speaking to others who are in good standing, but not necessarily familiar, are more treated like cousins. There are loose translations of those words that would be used. Yeah. So I can get you a more succinct document of all of that. But that's about what you get. Unless you have any other more specific information you would be looking for.
I don't think so.
And you can...
She's just trying to... What?
Yeah, you can... We don't have to go over it all now. We can touch on anything extra off stream. Okay, so that was Tali's montage, and some...
Yeah. Oh, wait, what'd you say the name of that death meditation was called? Sal what?
Sal... Where do I have that? Sal Sylvanet? Something like that? Where did I put that? I was just looking at it. There it is, yes. Let me type that out. The Sal Sylvanai.
Oh, I was close. Sylvanai, okay.
Go ahead and make me a... just a general charisma check.
God, okay. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, you are easily welcomed amongst the communities, and they share all of this information with you, but nothing more from that. Okay, so about...
No new friends.
Hmm?
Oh, I said no new friends, just acquaintances.
Yeah. So a few weeks later, Tali returns to Dupont. We'll backtrack a little bit. Back to the same day that Tali left. And as Ander is returning, probably not with Lalir, you probably would have staggered your return on the way back as well. But as Ander, you walk back into town and back into the guild grounds, you notice a rather fancy carriage, very opulently designed, very expensive, in white wood, sort of outlined or gilded by gold. is the symbol, the phoenix symbol of the People's Ascension on the double doors of this carriage that open out. There are two large, beautiful, well-tended to white stallions in front of this carriage. But you regard that and continue to head inside. For everybody else, only an hour or so before Ander arrived, you would have seen this carriage pull up. Nobody actually at the reins of these horses. Nobody in front of the carriage directing anything. This cart pulls up, the doors open up, and out walks, to everybody but Omen, Omen's knowledge, everybody else's knowledge, Saramov. And as a reminder, Saramov is a human male, if exceptionally good looking. Perhaps a Mazamar in there, you're not sure. Very elegant features. Nice, high defined cheekbones, but not super sharp. Piercing, almost yellowish eyes, that sort of more yellowish hazel eyes, you could say. Skin that is bronzed, sort of Eastern Mediterranean like, that sort of olive bronze skin of somebody who clearly spends time in the sun, but not as a laborer or a soldier. And a thick head of largely unkempt blonde hair. I previously described him as much like Heath Ledger in The Knight's Tale. Except, as I said, a bit more bronzed, a bit more almost otherworldly like charm to him, and just a sheen about him. And he hops down with his normal jovialness, his exuberance of excessive confidence, and strolls into his guild hall. Opens up the doors and just sort of regards the area, sort of walks around a bit. I would actually assume that Omen, as well as some members of the Chance Encounters and maybe even the junior squad, are out in front of the sand pit, and he would stop and regard that for a little bit before going inside, if there's anything you would like to do, seeing this obviously opulent and confident individual.
Yeah, he's probably not here for me. I'm gonna keep tossing the small ones into the sand.
Okay. Yeah, you largely shrug off this show. However, Mogami, who you are sparring with at the time, is kind of taken aback by this display, and you seize the opportunity and grab her and just sort of toss her over you. Bost, actually, who is there, coincidentally, strangely enough, without Rennick, Kedriff probably nearby as well, stops and nudges Kedriff and sort of nods in the direction. And they regard Saramov, and he heads on inside the guild hall. And he walks around the first floor for a little bit. And we see in her office, the doors open as they usually are. Regina filling out more paperwork. She lifts her head up, hearing the door open, lifts her head up, goes back down, drops her pencil, and just shoots up in attention and scurries out of the hall towards Sarmov. And he acknowledges her and tells her to go about her business. And then he walks into the library.
Does he shove Lorene out too?
No.
Darn.
But, Ander, you come back, you see this carriage, and you head on inside.
I mean, considering I can guess who was in the carriage, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like Andrew's like, okay.
That's a thing.
But yes.
Yes, so you walk inside, and almost as soon as you do, only a few steps in, the door to the library opens up, and Sarmov steps on out. Ander, just the person I was here to see.
Yeah. Andrew's probably stopping cold at that one, especially since he's coming out of the library.
Mm-hmm.
Is that so?
Yes, I've been hearing a lot about you. How are you, my boy?
I'm doing all right, I suppose.
I admire the
I suppose-
optimism. Come, join me. We have much to discuss.
Okay. I guess I'll make my way into the library.
He sort of stands aside and motions you inward and yells out from behind you, Regina, my friend, join us! And, Regina hurriedly scurries out of her office and into the library. And he stops there for just a second. And yeah, he just looks up at the I always forget the word.
Balcony?
Balcony, that sort of internal balcony. Looking down
Landing.
on the maid hall, yeah. Looks out up there, not towards anybody, but just sort of nods, smiles, and heads on inside. He sits down. At the head of this table in the library, you and Lorene on opposite sides, and Regina probably taking the other end of the rectangle opposite of Sarmov. And he sort of lounges back in the chair and sort of smiles and looks about the group, as if there was absolutely no tension in this room at all.
Yeah, I would say Anders just very confused right now.
So maybe I missed it. Is Omen a part of this or no?
Not unless you particularly want to be.
Okay.
You weren't summoned, but you would hear all of this.
that's
He's a
all I need
boisterous
to know.
person. Okay. And then you would notice coming out from actually Lorene's attached office, Adderhast walks out and just sort of leans up against the doorway there, folds his arm and looks about the group a bit, lingers on Anders, sort of sizing you up, but doesn't present any aggressive posture.
Seeing Adderhast come out of the office and knowing what he is, Anders definitely probably like flinched and now like looks terrified and about. Well, I guess there's really nowhere to run, but just is probably not able to hide the look of concern on his face.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, it seems that there is some confusion amongst the family here. Ander, would you like to explain what is going on? Kind of gives you a side eye and just smiles at you.
I actually imagine that it's probably just a series of stammering.
Well said. Well said, my boy. Well, there seems to be some concern, I would say, about your character. Others may say more about your proficiencies. We are here for one reason, the same amongst all of us: the betterment of the Empire and our people. To safeguard the world we hold dear. And Ander here has done some good. There's been some slip-ups. Sure, but that's bound to happen.
And just for flavor purposes, he's probably nodding along, like, because he does agree with the statement that was just made. But I would say his eyes are probably like focused mainly on Adderhast.
Yeah.
Like he's trying to pay attention to everything, but probably keeps kind of coming back to the person he just saw whoop the crap out of Aquila. Well, not whoop the crap out of, let me rephrase that. But the display he saw the other night and Adderhast's job are probably first and foremost in his head right now.
Yes. So, Adderhast actually moves from the doorway to the office behind Lorene and actually leans up against the window behind her. There's been some suspicion about strange magics. Unusual uses.
All magic, somewhat strange when you think about it.
Suppose there's some truth there. He sort of taps Lorene on the shoulder, who quickly looks up at him, and he nods, and she sort of gives him an eye and nods as well. And she does begin casting something. And her eyes glaze over with this sparkly blue sheen and is immediately drawn to Ander and looks down through the table about waist level.
Yeah. So I just did that. That's. And that's not all I said he had on him.
Yes, there is of course also the staff.
I imagine walking back through town probably would have been bagged up, but probably it definitely still has magic.
Yeah. But if you recall my initial description of what your book looks like under Detect Magic, it does look different from the staff.
Yes,
She does
yes, it
regard the staff as clearly a magical item of some level of power, but she is taken aback by what she sees where your book is at. We can actually set the camera behind her eyes to let everybody know. At about just above waist height on your side, there is just a black void rectangle that is just the absence of what would be defined as magic. And that does clearly take her aback. It's like seeing a small black hole in somebody's pocket. What do you have? Ander, I think we are beyond secrecy here.
Yes, I'm honestly surprised she didn't do that before when we talked. Suppose, yeah, he'll pull the book out and put it on the table.
Okay. Go ahead and actually describe your book, because it's been a while since we've had a description of it, if it's even anything unusual looking.
I would say it probably doesn't look exceptionally unusual. Just looking at it on the table, it probably looks exceptionally old. I mean, it's not, as far as something I guess can look old without being damaged, because it is obviously probably in pristine condition. I would say more than anything, it probably just, there's something probably off about the way it's designed somehow. I haven't actually thought about the outside of it as much as I probably should have.
Yeah, the leather cover of the tome is very, very dark. It still looks like leather, but it does have an almost oily sheen to it. And when you look at the binding of the book, nothing seems unusual, but when you look away out of the corner of your eyes, you can swear the ribs of the binding across the binding of the book, you swear they move out of the corner of their eye. They just slither just slightly. And then you look at it and it's normal book binding. And silence does take the room for a second. Broken, of course, by Saramov, who leans forward and reaches for the book. Puts a hand on the corner and doesn't move it towards him, but does turn it so that it's right side up for him. Sort of takes his pinky and just sort of peeks under the front cover. Well, Ander, like I said, I think we're beyond secrecy here.
Yes. Pardon habit, I suppose.
This person here, pointing at Adderhast, is keen, for understandable reasons, to take you away. I think that would be a waste.
Well, I must say I'm inclined to agree with you on this point. Well, I suppose there's no point in speaking in God damn it. Hypotheticals anymore.
Well, convince us that you're not some demon worshiper who eats babies or something.
Well, for one, I definitely have no traffic with any demons. Obviously, you've put together that my magic doesn't come from the weave or any of the established gods. I found this book when I was younger. Oh, I suppose not too much younger. I had attempted to study magic in the proper way and found I had a little talent for it. But I came across this book and suddenly, at the time, I thought I had just maybe turned a corner in my abilities to understand, but reading through it, what I thought was just eventual understanding was a link with a being, I believe they're referred to as the Far Ones, known as Zadok, or at least that's the name I've been given. It is a being that seems to value knowledge, and in return for that has bestowed on me abilities that I believe Omen described. I realize that people's trepidation, why they've, well, what they've been told about the Far Ones and why they would fear them. But to this point, I have not been asked or forced to do anything that would compromise my morals, and I do believe in what we've been doing here, trying to make things better for everyone. It's actually why I finally embraced my abilities, was to help people after what we encountered in the goblin stronghold we came across in our early travels, I suppose. The things I saw there, what were done to people, made me want to prevent it. And this, and kind of put my hand on the book, was a method to do that. And so far, I have both been able to accomplish that goal and further my understanding of, well, I suppose how existence works, how this world works.
Well, there you have it. Well said. I see you're not convinced. And he pulls open his jacket and from somewhere else pulls out a book far too large to be kept unnoticed beneath his jacket, puts it down on the table, throws open the cover. Let us, instead, compare the record. We're missing some important people here. He will stand up and walk to the door and call for Aquila, Sevgi, Tali, who unfortunately is not here.
Darn.
Omen was mentioned. He will call for Omen, and he will actually look back up to. He'll actually walk a few feet out into the room, turn around and look up at the balcony just above the library. Mezzanine, yeah. And you, boy who is intent on this whole situation, you can join us if you would like.
Thought that was him.
I know, that's what I was like, hey, it looks like he's just as stealthy as you, Ander.
Yeah, so I've just for some behind the scenes information for everybody, I've been rolling periodically for
I've noticed
for Rennick to keep an eye on you, and he's I don't think he's rolled less than an 18.
Oh.
And he gets a +10 to stealth. Yep. So you rolled pretty good for your perception, but he had like a 32.
Fair.
Or something around there, I don't remember. Yes. So, Aquila, Sevgi, Omen, you are invited to this conversation.
I should have taken a hint when she said she was trying to figure out where Rennick went to.
Yeah, I was like, Yeah.
That's what I was thinking too.
Mm.
So I wasn't that far off when I said he was in the ceiling watching them.
No.
I was right.
Okay, so who's joining in on this?
I'll be there.
Tali.
Not Tali.
I was summoned, therefore
Okay.
I will make my presence known.
Tali has a way on personal business.
So,
yeah, no, Tequila's.
Instead of going through yet again with 45 minutes left, a whole recap of the entire adventures this group has had, it is all laid out in the open that Omen had reservations about what Ander brought to the group when first introduced, compounded by Lorene's own questions that have been accumulating, kind of bounced off of each other with that, and that Omen reported back, spoke highly of Ander, but that you did admit to being a warlock, and clearly had some strange powers, of which Tali, who is not here, and Sevgi did not corroborate, and that almost did end the investigation there. Regina did inform Saramov of what was going on, because it was the only thing that she could think of doing to try to aid this whole situation, knowing that Saramov values results and intentions more than the newer, more rigid political ideologies of the Empire. Yeah, and they go back through the record. Bringing up both the positives and the negatives. Unable to stop an ancient Lich King from rising from the ground, but that was way over your head anyway. What were you supposed to do about that?
We turned him over.
Yeah. Yeah, dealing with the banditry problem around town, which really helped Dupont, and of course the one of the largest acts of heroism, saving the women who were kidnapped and rather brutalized by the goblins and the hobgoblins. The events in Lydiad, which is sort of a touchy subject because initially regarded as heroes and unfortunately were ultimately unable or unwilling to stop this ritual, which resulted in hundreds of citizens' lives. Taking a blade multiple times, I believe. A number of recounted morality speeches from Ander throughout the adventure. And he does bring up, Saramov does bring up, because I believe it was only Omen who recounted this in the debriefing. Cindercarn, Ogred Cindercarn, and his whatever affiliation he had, the whole Court of Roxana thing, and the whole those who need to know.
So I wouldn't have skipped over Arvid. I just didn't specifically say I mentioned him, I guess. But it seems kind of hard to have left him out of the briefing since that's how we got down there.
I recall that you specifically left out anything about the actual Court of Roxana and any.
No, I was left out Roxana.
Well,
as the person.
It's too late to.
It is. But it's just one of those like.
Perhaps it was only Omen who said it in, blatant honesty.
Sure.
And this is probably a meeting that goes back and forth for the rest of the evening. You guys are in here for a few hours. And if you want to say anything new, contribute anything new to this whole trial situation, you are free to do so.
Yeah, per typical fashion, Omen will only speak when spoken to. Someone asks him a question, but otherwise is just there.
Yeah, you are asked to confirm what you originally told Lorene, which I assume you do.
Yep.
And yes, Aramov would ask, well, you are the newest of the group here, the least affected by any possible deception that Ander may have been playing out over the past of the year. What is your initial thoughts? How do you take our boy here?
As was mentioned, I believe standing holds true. It's just because of something that was done in the past should not be a basis for how we judge. nothing has. I see him sort of pause and think back to an encounter a few days back. Ender has shown nothing but kindness and character. I can only judge him on that. That he is a good and charismatic. I would say leader, though I don't think he wants to be one.
The best leaders are often the most reluctant to take position. That is why I tend to stay home. I jest. Anyway, by the merit of his actions, of course. We can see number of times. The character of this individual.
One thing actually I would add at some point during all this, whenever it fits the best, because I'm assuming at some point probably that other the warlock that got dragged off before would come up.
Torvald?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard the stories of the other warlock that was found in the town and what he had done. And what happened to him on his way to the census. And while I wasn't there for that, I do feel like there is a fundamental difference in that I have never been forced by my patron or really any attempted coercion on the level of what that man experienced. And I can assure you, we have not always seen eye to eye on things. I have not always jumped at whatever request was made. While I can't say for certain that he isn't, or it isn't capable or willing to do that, to this point, it hasn't happened, and I would imagine there have been opportunities where if Zadok was willing to do the same thing that happened to Torvald, it would have. To emphasize that I seem to be still in control of my own free will and allowed to make my own choices.
I'm not sure I followed that first part. Were you saying that Zadok would do that or that he wouldn't do that?
I said that I couldn't say for certain because I don't understand everything about him to the point where I can say yes for sure he can't do that or he wouldn't. But so far he hasn't, was my point. And that he has had the opportunity and probably the reason to, if he was so inclined as to try and force me to do what he wanted, that would have happened, I think. I said, emphasize that I have my own free will and I'm allowed to make my own choices. And should the request ever come up to do something that I think is Well, it goes against what I would choose to do on my own. I would refuse and deal with if there are consequences. But nothing so far has indicated that it would attempt to force me.
You're made aware throughout this mini speech of yours, the sense of Zadok very closely listening in on this conversation, but no malice or anything, just observing, curiosity. Well, I for one will take that assurance. And he looks over at Adderhast and back amongst the group. And he reaches into the other side of his waistcoat and pulls out what looks like a larger than usual like ring box, jewelry box, sort of blackish velvety exterior, accented with gold bands. Opens it up, and there is a medal on it. A medal with the disc of Eos as the background, and the foreground there is a sword laid atop it, and where the handle, the hilt is, it instead has two dragon heads that part from the handle. Wings sort of spread behind them. Metal itself being gold, accented with bits of platinum. And sort of shows it amongst the group, but eventually settles it over in front of Loreen and Adderhast. I'm not sure one of these have been seen in quite a long time, but I assume this one here knows what this is. And Adderhast folds his arms and sort of squints at him, nods his head. I'll take that assurance, Ander. I'll vouch for you. I would say, judging by these reports, a number of times I don't think you would have succeeded as a group, or even survived without your help. Everyone has their use. This is a good group. Has room to grow. Especially with the new guy. My family has curried the Empress's favor. Not this Empress. A couple back. It's been a long time since anyone's used one of these.
What is one of these?
A token of the Empire's favor. It means, my boy, that I am pulling you out of the fire. You seem to have made an agreement with something. Now you can make an agreement with me. Same agreement we've had all along. It just now reflects very badly on me. Should you not uphold that agreement. I don't think that's anything we need to worry about.
I assure you, I plan to continue trying to perform just as I have, or with the same intent that I have in the past.
Adderhat's still leaning against the window. Well, that's a turn of events. All right, sir. He looks over to you, Ander. You know that only goes so far. We'll be keeping an eye on you. This would have been a lot easier a month ago, a couple months ago, and kind of side eyes Aquila.
She's glaring at him.
At Adderhast or Ander?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, honestly, everyone.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it actually side eyes you, looks back at Ander, and then clearly turns back towards Aquila. Man, this just keeps piling on, doesn't it? Well, you're not part of the order, but I expect you to keep this from getting out of hand. And who knows, if he is some diabolical douchebag, but you bring him in, I'd probably help your cause.
That's what about the bends over backwards to help him.
Well, Aquila, Saramov continues. Your particular involvement is a little out of my sway. Rest assured, you are crucial to this whole endeavor as well. I'm actually eager to see how this all turns out. Okay, are we done here? A little bit. There's a continued silence across the room as everyone looks back and forth at each other like, really, what happened? he flashed a medal and now everything's all right.
Omen's just trying to watch Lorene, keep an eye on her movements.
Lorene has not taken her eye off of the book this entire time.
Cool.
Suppose that's about par for the course for her.
I bet the temptation is real for her.
Well, if my experience is any indication, she won't get much out of it.
Adderhast does just lean off of the window and start making his way towards the door. Not the most efficient way behind Saramov and straight towards the door. He goes behind Regina and slowly walks behind Ander towards the door. Opens the door, stops and turns around. You understand we'll need to check all of this out. And if it doesn't check out, he just kind of stares over at Ander. And turns and walks out. Well, this has been an ultimately productive few hours. Who's hungry? Yeah, he turns, he walks out the door, and everyone is still sitting around the table like, are we done? What just happened?
Yeah, and they're still just sitting there like probably still expecting at some point someone's gonna throw him in chains and drag him out, and is not fully convinced that that's not still happening. Probably just kind of like looking over at Regina like,
Yeah, she as well. She looks like she's trying to say something, but the words just aren't forming. She just kind of nods in your direction. Minute later or so, Saramov comes sauntering back through the door. This place is woefully understocked. I will have to call in some new supplies. Would anyone like to join me back at the capital? Kerquin. My cap. Well. Anyone? No one? He throws up his arms and turns around.
I was trying to figure out if that was supposed to be the hook for like the next thing or.
Andy, do you take your book back?
Yeah. Say once he and Adderhast walked out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably kind of.
Yeah, you take the book back, and you
Very
can see
slowly.
Lorene following as the book goes, and you put it back under your coat. And it's only at that point that the vision recedes. Her eyes turn back into the crystal clear, shining blue waters, and she kind of. Right. Okay. Well, at the very least, this means we can have more productive conversations.
I will say from one scholar to another, if you would.
As you're talking, she gets up and just slowly walks away. You get the sense she's listening, but she's still so preoccupied.
Fair.
Okay. Well,
Later then.
Regina says, that's one crisis postponed. You do realize you're probably even worse of a position than Aquila is.
I find that difficult to believe.
We don't have the means to poison his blood. At least I don't know.
You just need some of it.
Just,
It means I have powerful eyes that are on me, and the only other option is death or imprisonment.
Mm-hmm.
I realize.
just because you don't feel the weight of the chains on you doesn't mean they're not there.
It doesn't hurt him to do any of his shit.
Regina stands up and walks out. So you guys sit awkwardly at this table for a little bit.
Well, do we need to talk, Akila?
About what?
Well, that you... I don't know. I feel like I've done something to you without knowing what it is now.
I have spell components to purchase. No one's going to leave.
Okay.
What would you have to talk about? So I said, it's like everyone bends over backwards to protect you.
I didn't ask anyone to. Sorry.
Get fucked. And she's gonna stand up and leave.
Sepki, do you have anything to add, or do you awkwardly stand up and walk away?
Just try to sneak out of there now.
Yeah, she's just gonna kind of awkwardly just get out.
Okay. Leaving Ander alone in this room.
Probably gonna sit there for a while and just kind of try and process what just happened, and then eventually go,
Okay.
I don't know, probably take a walk, honestly. Again.
Okay. Yeah, you get up, and after a few minutes of just collecting yourself, you get up and walk out of the guild hall. You notice the opulent carriage is already gone. The sun is getting low, but you begin to stroll about town, maybe take a walk on the outside of the wall just to get away from people.
Yeah, just trying to move around by himself and just kind of walk and think, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. You are doing so. And of course, walking around the outside of the wall at sunset, you are witness to the light show that is the sunset bouncing off of the glass-like forest that is the Whitewood. And you probably stop and regard that for a while, thinking about all the journeys that you've had, the Whitewood staff that you're probably still using, carrying around with you, thinking about what has happened. As all of a sudden, you feel a heavy weight come down on your shoulders. You are thrown down to the ground, face into the ground, as some large figure is on top of you. One hand on your shoulder, his knee on the back of your waist, and you feel a tinge of cold steel just at your throat.
I have a guess, but would it be about the size-ish for Adderhast?
Yeah, probably. I assume you don't struggle too much, because it would be ultimately futile.
Especially since I think I know who it is. Yeah, I'm not going to fight at all. And yeah, probably just ask the name as a question, essentially.
And as a response to that, you feel him lower his head down to your ear, and it almost sounds like an animalistic grunt or sniffing. You can feel the warm breath against the back of your neck. He does sort of sniff at you. Know that should you become my prey, there will be no escape. Live up to this boon that you've been given. Don't fuck with my pup. Yeah. Holds you down and does actually slice a little bit of your neck. Not anywhere near, an artery or vein or anything to cause you to bleed out, but he does clearly draw blood from you. And you can hear the tapping of steel on glass and a cork being set in, some ruffling of leathers. He lingers there for a second, weight still pushing down on you.
I can assure you she's promised to kill me a number of times as well if I ever turn.
Mm. Sort of grunts. Just behave yourself. Or don't. I could use a good hunt. And he sort of springs off of you.
It's like, I guess I can't really sense whether or not he's still there. I mean, is he like standing over me, or did he like get off and then walk away?
You felt him push off of you, so an even more intense weight as you're pushed down into the ground a little bit more, probably hit your head a bit. After that, I mean, it's sunset and the kaleidoscopic light from the white wood. You're not really sure where his shadow is. You don't hear anything.
But yeah, I wasn't sure if it was just like that, like literally like standing right there over me.
No, you don't immediately see him.
Yeah. Okay.
You
I guess.
Slowly push yourself up and look around. You don't see him anywhere. Stand up and you can brush yourself off, kind of wipe away at the cut on the back of your neck.
I forget whether or not what information Ander has and what he doesn't. Would he know that that was like a tracking kind of? I can't remember. I know everyone else had blood taken by what's his face, Malchusir.
Malchusir?
And I think I know how the census takes blood to track people. I think I would know that. I don't know if that's a secret or not, or if that's...
No, you know okay. That's the case, and you can recall the brief time you spent traveling with Saba, and how he had a blood phylactery made.
I know that's right.
And I'm sure at some point Aquila has mentioned blood tracking. In fact,
I mean, there was also the time that when we were fighting the Medusa where she literally drew some of her own blood so that even if they got turned to stone, they could be tracked.
Yeah, so it's come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You would know at the very least that can be used to track you.
Gotcha. Putting together that and the glass sound.
Yeah.
That's the assumption he's running off of.
Okay. I wanna try to tidy this all up.
Good luck.
So you can make your way back to the Gold Hall. Still a few days before anything happens. Omen, you said you needed to deal with spell components and still replacing your book. It would be
Right, that
easiest.
was when I said that. That was more of a way to get
Just
out
get
of
out,
a
yeah.
conversation that I didn't want to be a part of.
Of course, of course. But I assume
I figured.
in the couple weeks you have that you would want to, get your book in order and perhaps pick up spell components and talk with Lorene more and whatnot. As far as the book, so far you did find the bookbinder who would be willing to order the materials needed, but you would have to provide your census information, or you could go to the arcane census in Carquin, or find some other way to go about this.
As funny as it is, assuming that Sarmob didn't sprint away, Omen might have caught back up to him and
Okay.
asked to join him in Kirkland, at least for company on the ride there.
Yeah, you can actually do a quick jog and meet him at as he's coming out of town. Yes, Omen, was it?
Yes, you are Saruman,
Saruman. Yes.
The one from the Flyers. Yes,
The patron of this fine establishment, or well, that fine establishment, and a few others.
No one else took you up on the offer, but I actually had intended to make my way to the capital in the coming days. If you would allow me to accompany you on your journey back.
Of course. No reason to waste the ride. Could use the company. Motions you inside the nicely lit, temperature controlled, well cushioned interior of this carriage, which now that you're inside looks a little larger than it did from the outside. There's a mini bar over on one side with a plate of cut up fruits and vegetables and cheeses. There's a faint harpsichord being played somewhere.
I thought the unmanned carriage was impressive, but the spatial distortion in here is immaculate work.
You think so? Amateur work. I try my best. Well, let's make good use of this time, my new friend. He claps his hand, and you can just barely make out that the carriage has started to move. And you can have a conversation. You would know it takes about 3 or 4 days, even with a cart, with a carriage, to get to Carquin. It doesn't look like he has any sort of supplies for camping or extra food, or he doesn't have anything on him than what's in this cart. Anything particular you want to do, or particular conversation? I assume there's general small talk, but if there's anything in particular.
Probably nothing. Yeah. since he's not a full member of the guild, even this is.
Mm-hmm. Well, Saramov would ask about your past, about your time growing up in Romvir, about the war, about the service. He won't pry if you're hesitant to answer any of these questions, but he is always trying to learn about you.
Yeah, I answer pretty much anything he has,
Okay.
truthfully,
Okay.
to the best of my ability.
Yeah. Well, we'll leave that off camera because it's not information that anybody else has. So after a few hours, after 3 or 4 hours or so, the carriage comes to a stop. Ah, good. We made good time. He stands up and throws open the doors, and you're at Cairquin. Particularly out in front of his estate, which is on a small hill, a nice, large, sort of smallish wall that sections off this estate, a fairly typical Roman-esque villa set up there, cart pulled off to one side. Well, you are free to join me for dinner or go about your business here. It's a pleasure having your company.
Please, it would be an honor and a privilege.
All right. Yeah, he leads you inside. A servant, a butler of sorts, comes over and will offer to take any gear or jacket or weapon off of you, whatever you choose to give up. Saramov doesn't seem concerned one way or another.
I look at my full plate adornment.
Yeah.
Hand him my long sword. Just to give him something to do.
I think give him your gloves or something.
I will see this is safely tucked away. Would you like a bath drawn before dinner?
Sure, I suppose.
Very good. Very good. This way. Yeah.
Not too warm, if you please.
Of course. Yeah, so you are full on pampered at this guy's house, just as you would have been at Ogred's. Bath is drawn to your temperature specifications and whatever level of perfumed that you would like it to be, which is probably minimal to none. They'll take your armor, they'll polish that up. They'll offer you some fairly basic but nice clothes if you want something to change into that isn't just your under full plate padding.
Ends up being a crop top and short shorts.
Yeah. Just Chippendale it. Yeah, and you are presented with a feast at Saramov's place. You enter the and it actually, this isn't at any sort of large table or anything. It's just in the parlor that has been described before. Very nice area, very rich purple and gold and various accents and adornments of both the phoenix symbol of the People's Ascension and what looks to be some old symbol of the Genovian Empire that soared with the dragons. And a number of trays and platters are just brought out as you sort of lounge on the triclinium, that's sort of lounging couches, as a small band of some sort, harpsichord and violin, play in the corner. He snaps his hand a few times until the fireplace turns this sort of icy blue. And the room actually begins to cool a little bit. And yeah, you have a small feast of various fine foods. Some bacon wrapped feta stuffed dates. Other such delicious opulent hors d'oeuvres. It's a good time. And with that, if there is nothing more, we'll say you spend the time getting. Mainly, he gets to know you. He kind of half answers and redirects any questions about him, but he tries to keep things light. And We'll see. We're coming up on time. Actually, we're at time, but I want to see if we can push to something. What else do you want to accomplish here in Carquin?
I need to go to the census to pick up. What I need to make a spell book or two.
You picked up the basic bookbinding stuff and furs and whatnot that you got before. You really just need the enchanted paper and ink to put it all together. I mean, you have a couple hundred gold on you, I believe. Let's see.
I know it
yeah.
isn't always the same, but my notes here say that the spellbook costs 50 gold.
Yeah, that yeah, we can go with that. That's yeah, that'll work. Just from the simple gear section. Spellbook. Yeah, we'll call that 50 gold for the spellbook itself. I will say, just for the enchanted inks and all that, using the rules for replacing your spellbook on page 114, it would cost 10 gold pieces per spell level of everything you want to copy down into that spellbook. And because I don't believe... Let's see, do you have your spells on here? Oh, oof. This is not a Roll20 character sheet. What's going on here? Well, I'll leave that up to you to figure out how much this costs.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because you only have up to... Do you have a third level spell? No.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
I have many third level spells.
Right. I'm trying to remember your build. Cool. Okay, so you can get all of that situated. It's super easy for you to go in and out of the census. You can go to any of their sort of requisition shops in there and buy the materials. Actually, it would only cost you... it would only cost you 8 gold per spell level, because there are discounts. for shopping at the Arcane Census itself, as opposed to a private reseller sort of situation.
Cool.
Okay. And with that, unless there is anything I'm forgetting, anything that anyone else would like to do, we can all convene back at the Guild Hall on the 22nd of Adum. Okay. We will all reconvene there. If there's anything I'm skipping over, we can touch on that off stream. So, it's been a tense few weeks. Andrew, do you have a conversation with Aquila about the whole Adderhast jumping you situation?
Probably not.
Okay.
Considering. I mean, like, on the one hand, I kind of want to be like, look, you're not the only one getting. But I also do, especially considering how that last conversation went.
Yes,
I
because
don't
things are
think he has-
clearly going to get better if you don't discuss anything.
Yeah, the question is, how do you approach, like, your mentor just jumped me outside?
You could say that.
I would say that considering where things left off,
Yeah, you could take
if it comes up somehow, I don't think he would necessarily keep it a secret, but it's not something he's gonna like walk up and be like, hey, this just happened.
As you come back to the guild hall that night, you clearly have dirt and a little bit of mud on your clothing. A bruise is starting to form at the top of your eye socket, and you have a little trickle of dried blood on a very visible cut towards the back of your neck. For anyone who is paying attention.
I smell blood.
Yeah. But perhaps we all just need a few weeks to settle down, process on our own, and then try to repair the fracturing that this group has gone through. As individuals were tried and other individuals tried to various levels to affect change. So, I would say there was a scene I wanted to have between Eula and Aquila, and we can set that back a little ways in time if you don't think that she would.
Well, either way, it's probably going to need to wait until next week because I do have to leave for work soon.
Okay, you have to go. Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, not a problem. We are running a little over. So, I will say, just to wrap things up, we will say it is the 22nd of Adum. Everyone has come back from wherever they would been. Tali, you have done your expedition. Ogrid, you have your... not Ogrid. Ogrid's back in Ragnarok. Omen. Omen, you have your book made up. You have your spells transferred in. Lorene would help you with anything you wouldn't necessarily have. If you needed some extra ink here or there to complete things, she would give you access to the Find Familiar spell. Maybe even something else that you may have been missing for your help in all of this. So we'll say you can get your spell book more or less back in order and definitely able to continue growing. And you can have a backup stashed in your room if you would like.
I do not have the money to do that.
Don't have the money to do that. Okay.
No.
Well, I will.
I don't even technically have enough money to make my spellbook back to the way it was. So.
Yeah, we'll go over that because, like I said, Lorene will wanna help you in some way. Okay. So, the 22nd of Adum, everyone has been back for a couple days, probably largely keeping to yourselves. And in the morning of this day, the doors open, and a rather small, thin of frame but well-toned, muscular, darker-skinned elven woman with long black hair braided in a thick braid, a band across her forehead with a nice sized ruby at the top, walks in very matter-of-factly, no real expression on her face, walks in, stops about midway through the guild hall, and just turns her neck, standing perfectly still, surveying the area, seeing who is about.
I think I know who this is. In fact, I'm pretty sure I know who it is.
Mm-hmm.
I think I do.
You might. Andrew doesn't.
No, that's what I said.
Yeah.
And if it's who I think it is, Andrew doesn't know.
Yeah, it's like, go. I'm pretty sure I know him. Does she seem alive?
I mean, we can say you're down in the sort of canteen area, and she could see you as she turns her head in that direction.
Right.
She does so, and you can tell she looks at you, but there's no change in her face.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't say anything. She does nod in your direction, or really a very slight bow or just inclination in your direction. Surveys around for anyone else in the group.
I guess I get up and go over to her.
She looks at you.
I'll go get the others.
You bring everyone down, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew,
Yeah.
Sevgi, Tali, Omen included.
Mm-hmm.
She again, no change in her face. Spins on her heel, turns around, and sort of motions for you to follow. Walks out.
Figured.
Who is that?
Can't hear you, Arlene.
Oh.
Couldn't hear Arlene. She said something.
Oh.
Still can't hear.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I can't remember her name, though. It starts with like an A, right? No.
No.
I can't
Starts with
remember.
an E.
Oh, Alessandra?
Alessandra. Yes.
Yes.
This is Alessandra.
Alessandra. Okay. Alessandra. She is,
Can you guys
Yes.
hear me?
Yes.
She's with the Archmage of Necromancy.
I remember her now.
Oh, you guys did tell me you went to. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we did mention that
Yeah.
we met him.
Mhm.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
did. So I was about to be like, how the hell do you? And it's like, wait, no, he does know how that worked out.
Yeah.
Ah.
And she actually leads you outside of the guild estate and starts making her way to the Dupont graveyard.
Fitting.
Heads over to a nearby fresh grave. It's been a few months since you buried Linnea, so it's probably not Linnea. But she goes over
Okay.
to some fresher grave, one where the grass hasn't fully retaken the rectangle that is the gravesite, and she kneels down and scrapes her hand at the top of the dirt. And you can see as she scrapes it, the dirt just as if parting just opens up beneath and then forms stairs.
This
Ooh.
isn't any of, like, this isn't the grave or around the area where we encountered either that spirit or... No, because the way into the area we were in was under the gravekeeper's house, right? Under his bed or something?
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
then-
you're assuming that this is going to take us somewhere here.
I mean, Indrashadid's grave was unmarked, just off to one side, mixed
Right,
in
that's
with all
what
the
I'm
other
saying.
graves, but
But this isn't that area or anything, is it?
not immediately
this
nearby.
material.
But it's the same
Okay.
graveyard.
Yeah, well, yeah. I know it's the same graveyard. That's why I'm asking. And then there was that, like, area where we fought the ghost. But that was,
Fought the
like, towards the
ghost.
back, wasn't it?
It was over that old,
Like an overgrown area or something.
yeah, a really old area.
Yeah, in Indrashadid's grave.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you didn't make that connection?
No, I did
Yeah,
not.
where you fought his spirit was directly on top of his tomb that you were underneath of and looking up at.
Yeah.
That was the spirit we were fighting?
Yeah.
Well, for some reason I was under the impression that the ghost we fought had a female look to it or something. I thought it was described as...
No.
Nope.
This is the one that
Okay.
almost ripped out Saba's soul, right?
Yes.
Nope.
Yes.
Yeah, not
Okay.
female.
Yeah.
Wasn't female.
Huh. I don't know why I have a very different mental image of that.
That was Indrashadid's spirit.
Yeah.
Huh.
His spirit was separated from his body. You fought the pretty much invulnerable zombie form
Yeah.
of his body, and you fought
Well,
the incredibly powerful, if degraded over time, and magic spirit of Indrashadid. Which,
I think you're
was-
giving us too much credit by saying we fought it.
well, yeah. Anyway, because I know people need to go. You are not led down those stairs, but as the
No,
darkness opens up, you see the white lavender dusted hair of Malkazir, the Archmage of Necromancy. His sharp, pale features, rather plain, utilitarian clothes, only marked by a nice, well-fitted purple and gold brocade waistcoat vest. Arms behind him comes strolling up, takes Ellie's hand to help him out of the grave, and as he steps up each stair, the dirt begins to fill in back over the grave until he is simply standing in front of an undisturbed grave.
Just gonna lean over and whisper to whoever is closest to me. That's unsettling for me.
And he regards the group with
Yeah.
this wry, sharp smile and nods towards Alessandra. Thank you, my dear. Well, we have some business. And we'll leave it there, because people have to go.
Yeah.
But that's the hook I'm gonna
I
end
don't
with
want.
today.
I don't want to go.
Yeah.
I hate it so much.
You do not want to go because of where you're going or what you're leaving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both.
I know. It's like, yes. I was like, oh, I don't want to. I don't want to deal with it. I
All
don't want to
right.
deal with a double truck.
Mm.
Hmm.
Well,
Yay, Christmas.
Yeah, some great roleplay today. Took a little longer than I expected, but that's not a bad thing.
There's
Extra roleplay is always
There's
good.
Jack's actual catchphrase.
Yeah.
Took longer than I
Took
expected.
longer than I expected. Yeah.
Put that on
Yeah.
a t-shirt.
But I forced Malkazir to show up at the very end of this.
Yeah, but it's like I knew that he was. So let's say it's like I was pretty sure Malkazir was going to show up.
Yeah.
Just because it's like I knew we were heading into the Indra Shadid thing, and it's like that's the obvious. That's someone obvious to show up for this.
Yeah. And if druids can transport via plants, Malkazir can certainly transport via graves.
They're grave doors.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
I use my grave
unpleasant.
for that. That's rude.
So, yes, the Archmage of Necromancy has shown up and says he has business with the group. That certainly shouldn't be unsettling at all. So, we'll see if we can put the craziness of the last couple months behind us and see what Malkazir has in store for everybody next week.
Suddenly trying to take down
Right.
a 20-foot tall, or 20 foot tall, 20 meter tall? I forget.
But we're
But,
American.
okay.
Come on.
Yeah, fair. Suddenly
Yeah.
trying to take down a giant 20-foot tall fire-possessed Gundam is going to seem pretty nice.
All right. Well, I hope I more or less satisfied everyone's downtime. I think there's still some things we're going to have to touch on.
I mean, satisfied
Off
the
the
word.
Yeah. Yeah. Everything happened all at once. I did not expect Akila's turning point in her story to be at the same time as Anders. Really compounded each other and took a lot of the spotlight. But we'll see how both of these turns of events play off of each other, because I think that could be really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should be a bonding experience, being put into the same, very similar situations. Or
It doesn't feel
not.
very similar.
You're too close to matter. Okay.
So- well-
He's not taking necrotic damage to use his abilities.
No. But at the same time, he wouldn't be able to withstand that.
No, he wouldn't.
He would die
I won't
immediately.
deny
Also,
that.
that's a
That's
Zadok
not funny,
punishment.
but
I honestly can tell. Well, we'll save it for.
Zadok
Remember, I can't
has
stick around for the after show.
Zadok has played his hand to force Ander to do things and to detriment some of his abilities in the past. Not nearly as bad as Torbold,
I'm
but
about to say.
yeah.
Minor or headaches and are not nearly the same thing.
I mean, he did threaten to take away your powers.
Well, yes,
Yeah.
but that is. I'd say that's a perfectly reasonable. If I don't uphold my end of the deal, fine.
Yeah.
I'm.
Okay, but I
Fair.
literally need
Yeah, you
to
gotta
leave.
go. So
Right.
you
Hey,
take care.
real quick,
Go
before you-
ahead.
I
real quick
actually
before you
may
jump off.
listen to the after show on my phone.
Real quick,
Just
Taylor,
check.
before you jump off.
Mhm.
Sanity check. Akila's mad at Ander. You're not mad at me, right?
Oh god, no, I'm not mad at you.
Okay, that was really convincing, and I just wanted to make sure.
Good point. Good point.
God, no. Taylor,
Okay.
I was like, are you
Cool.
kidding? It's like Akila was super upset with everything that happened, but Taylor, on the other hand, was like, yeah.
Okay, I just want to
make.
make sure that I wasn't like. Cool.
Good
cool.
to know.
I was like, yeah,
Good
no.
to know.
Make that distinction.
I just want to make sure. I thought we were fine because you were also laughing, but I wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Some good
Yeah.
acting
It was
right
a really
there.
convincing fuck off.
Plus, it's like I can. It's like that's the thing. It's like when I get into her head, I get in there really well,
It was a really convincing fuck off.
which is probably why I hold
It
back
really
a little
was.
bit. 'Cause I
No,
get in
that was
there.
great. That was great.
Yeah, I was like,
Mhm.
okay, she laughed a little bit later, but like, I felt some anger there.
Yeah,
No,
I was really trying
Alright.
to push you into character, and I'm glad it worked.
Oh, so it's saying it's like, are you kidding? It's like throughout the week I've been writing several pages of things about this week.
All right, we'll have to touch
I
on
just wanted
that
to
next week.
check on that.
Yep, next week.
Yeah.
But yes,
Next
like I
week.
said,
Have a
I
good
may
night.
listen into
Yeah.
the after show just so I can know what gets discussed.
Okay.
But
You don't get to talk crap about Aquila or Taylor this time.
There we go.
Yeah, Jack,
Hey,
didn't you
defend
promise
yourself.
to share
Still-
that?
Yeah, I do need to share that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So
Have a good night.
you guys will forget I'm here because I won't be saying anything.
Bye.
All right.
All right. Yep. Catch you
Bye.
later. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's going to wrap it up for us. I'm not going to bother fixing the cameras right now. There's just two of me looking in opposite directions. Hello, me.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, thank you for sticking around. I did see we have a couple new people follow us, so if you stuck around for all of that, hello, welcome to the People's Ascension. I hope you were able to follow along with this episode. A lot of roleplay, a lot of which I think you could more or less follow without too much context, as a lot of it was recapped with the important information. Anyway, that's gonna satisfy downtime. We are done with all that. Everyone's gotten some training in, rebuilt some of their resources, dealt with all kinds of personal issues, and next week, finally, without any more stalling, next week we are definitely going to get to the inciting event of this next story arc. Malkazir is here.
Yeah,
he will
no more
drag you all
distractions.
through graves and throw you at whatever the problem is, if he has
No.
to.
Like we've been stalling. You put us through an investigation.
Yeah.
Do an investigation.
Yeah, there was a lot to go through, and a lot to go through, which was unfortunate given,
She's back.
well, Omen's lack of context and lack of necessary involvement in things. But I hope everybody had fun. We will pick up next week with a brand new story arc. This is going to start a whole new story, a whole new adventure, and hopefully,
Technically, somewhat a continuation of an old one.
kind of a continuation.
We didn't
but-
get very. It didn't get very far though.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and hopefully rebuild the group, get everyone back together, make sure Omen feels welcomed into the group and can contribute to plowing through hordes and hordes of undead or something like that. I don't know. So stay tuned for all that.
Word plow.
Malkazir is one of
Yeah, for sure.
my player characters from a long time ago that I've put into this game. So he's an important character, Archmage of Necromancy. So that's certainly going to mean something. So definitely check us out next week, same time, same place, here, 2:00, U.S. Eastern, for the next episode of The People's Ascension. I think that's going to do it for us. Thank you for hanging out with us. We're going to do an after show. You can find that over on Patreon. We drop that every week. And you can join us on Discord if you want to talk about everything that happened this episode, and perhaps ask about how everyone's doing with all that. I have a lot of work ahead of me, dropping lore entries for everything that went down in the past couple episodes, and codifying some mechanics that I've thrown at people. and even more cool stuff to come. So if you enjoy all this, go tell people, bring some more people in. I love having people in, enjoying the show, enjoying talking with us on Discord. And yeah, that's gonna do it for us tonight. Remember, you can check me out Tuesdays for my Star Trek game over with Studio Tembo, and Wednesdays for the Cyberpunk game, 8 o'clock over at ELHMK1. Star Trek game is at 6. Yeah, that'll do it for me. The rest of us are just going to talk about this episode in the after show. I think it's going to be a good one because we finally more or less resolved a lot of interesting things. I threw a lot at Ander. Yeah, so head over to Patreon and see how all that goes, because it's going to be all chill. All right, we'll catch everyone next week. Thanks for joining us. Everyone, take care, stay safe, stay healthy. We'll catch you next week.